Good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. I want to welcome everyone to this morning's Community Services Committee. And before we get started, I do want to acknowledge that Ottawa is located on the unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Nation, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. We do not have any regrets, and I will ask the committee coordinator to call the roll.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor Desroches.
Here.
Councillor Hill.
Present.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Present.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Conseillère Plante. Councillor Troster.
Here.
Vice Chair Bradley.
Here.
Chair Dudas.
Present.
You have quorum, Chair.
Thank you very much, Eric. We have no declarations of interest. We need confirmation of the minutes from Tuesday, September 24th, 2024. Are the minutes confirmed? Confirmed. We have responses to inquiries. We have 4.1 requirements for movable soccer goals, and we have exclusion of Centertown as priority neighborhood criteria. Did anyone wish to lift these to the agenda? No? Okay, so they are received. We have item 5.1, which is the City of Ottawa Public Art Program. My understanding is that the mover who had asked to lift this to the agenda wishes to bring this up at a later date. So unless anyone wishes to speak to this now, it will come back later. Does anyone wish to lift this to the agenda to speak to it? No, seeing no one, then we will receive this item. Received. Okay. We'll move on to item 6.1, which is the Ottawa's Poverty Reduction Strategy for 2025 to 2029. We do have a number of delegations today, and I want to thank everyone for taking time out of their day to be here. But we will be starting with a staff presentation, and then we will move to delegations. So I'll turn the mic over to staff.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. Just want to check to see if Sarah Taylor is actually on virtual.
Good morning, Clara.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. So, good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. C'est un plaisir d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui. I'm thrilled to open this item and present Rise Up, a collective impact poverty reduction strategy, which is really a testament to the strength of collaboration. I am very excited to have Rachel Wilson, Chief Executive Director of the Ottawa Food Bank, and representing partner agencies here with me, along with Mathieu Boutel, Executive Director of the Lowertown Community Resource Center, representing the Coalition of Community Health and Resource Centers. And they are both here in their capacity as advisory group members who led and guided the development of this strategy. Merci beaucoup à vous deux d'être ici. I would also like to acknowledge the community, and by that, in particular, people who are living and who have lived experiences of poverty. Their involvement has been vital in developing this strategy, and a heartfelt thank you for your involvement, your valuable insights, and for your valuable and meaningful contributions and engagement in terms of developing this strategy. I'd like to also acknowledge several councillors who were a part of the sessions, many sessions, including validation sessions with the community, for your participation and commitment to this valuable work. And ultimately, of course, I want to recognize my team, Sarah Taylor and Sahsen Al-Hafai, who, with other colleagues, shepherded this work as part of the community safety and well-being team, and especially for their commitment to a collective impact approach. And for all community members who participated, thank you very much. Poverty is very complex. It's an ever-changing issue. And what we're introducing today is a framework for what we hope will be real change into the future. These are very tough times for many in our community. Economic disruptions resulting from the pandemic, wage instability, high inflation and food prices have making it tragically unaffordable, especially for things like food, shelter, and clothing. Les ressources sont limitées, mais en coordonnant nos réponses, nous pouvons éviter les répétitions, maximiser l'impact et garantir que nos programmes profitent à ceux qui en ont le plus besoin. The collective impact approach of the strategy allows us to tackle together poverty alleviation, highlighting existing efforts that we at the city are taking and in the community as well, and uniting together around realistic, actionable change and priorities for the future, change for the future that will be positive for many. So in order to begin the presentation, I'm going to pass it on to Sarah Taylor and the team here at the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Clara and Chair. I just want to confirm that the slides are up. Thank you, Eric. You can go to the next slide. So as Clara mentioned, the purpose of today's presentation is to provide an overview of the poverty reduction strategy before you for your approval today. The strategy is a commitment within the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan and is a first step towards achieving the strategic objective to advance poverty reduction in the term of council priority, a city that has affordable housing and is more livable by all. The development of the strategy considered not only the direction provided to city staff, but to council's overall view to ensure alignment and augmentation to existing city strategies, as well as provincial and federal poverty reduction strategies. So I'll hand it over to Rachel now to provide some important context setting pieces for our presentation today.
Thank you, Sarah. As we all know too well, poverty is the lack of resources, choices, and power that people need to participate in society. Next slide, please. Poverty negatively impacts people's health and well-being and puts them more at risk for further negative impacts throughout their lives. Structural barriers such as discrimination, marginalization, and racism increase the risk of experiencing poverty. Some communities experience higher rates of poverty, such as Indigenous, Black, racialized, people living with disabilities, newcomers, or people heading single households. The new data in Ottawa shows that almost 1 in 4 households are food insecure, compared to 1 in 7 just 3 years ago. Those accessing Ontario Disability Support Program or Ontario Works live well below the poverty line. A poverty reduction strategy, or in this case mitigation, addresses root causes and alleviates ongoing effects in the community. A population health approach to poverty reduction must ensure that people can meet basic needs, participate in society, and have the ability to live their full potential.
Merci, Rachel. Je suis fier d'avoir représenté la coalition des centres de santé et de ressources communautaires au sein du groupe consultatif orientant le développement de la stratégie de réduction de la pauvreté. Il y a tant d'enjeux et de facteurs interconnectés contribuant à la création, au maintien et à l'aggravation de la pauvreté. Il est alors un défi de bâtir une stratégie qui reflètera les besoins de la communauté et qui proposera des pistes concrètes tout en tenant compte des stratégies et structures déjà en place ou qui sont en voie d'être implantées. Le processus menant à ce cadre a identifié des priorités communes et se veut un tremplin vers davantage de collaboration et de coprogrammation. Il s'aligne comme il se doit sur les orientations et plans de la ville, le plan stratégique du Conseil, les plans de services et plans stratégiques des services du logement et de l'enfance, et des stratégies ministérielles comme la stratégie de développement économique. En même temps, il était important de s'aligner sur l'implication et sur la contribution des personnes ayant une expérience vécue. Et c'est ce que nous avons fait tout au long du processus. The Poverty Reduction Strategy aims to support coordination across sectors and identify where we need to push for alignment of strategies across the different levels of government. The strategy defines pillars and priorities with work to address them held up by backbone structures, which will need to be established. These backbone structures will in turn define a common agenda and performance indicators for each pillar. These are elements of the collective impact approach, which Clara mentioned. So I will pass things back to Sarah, who will describe how a collective impact approach underpins the development of the strategy and the way to address the priorities that it identifies.
Thank you, Matt. On Zoom, we currently see one of the motions for Councillor Bradley. Would it be possible? Thank you very much. And could you go forward 2 slides, please? One more, please. Thank you very much. And so collective impact brings people and organizations together to solve complex social issues. It's a way of acknowledging that making progress on these complex issues requires a unified direction across institutions, organizations, and sectors. It isn't for one to do alone. And collective impact was crucial to the strategy development and will continue to drive the implementation of the strategy. It was selected because poverty is very complex. Poverty requires systems to change. It requires programs, fundings, and resources that are mutually enhancing, working collectively towards the same goal and objective. And in a way that progress has to be tracked systematically through really clear performance measurement at a population, but also at program levels. And it's a way to drive and ensure efficiency across the activities as organizations contribute collectively to the strategy. And so I'd like to hand it back to Matt to share the community-defined aspiration for the strategy. Next slide, please.
Le groupe consultatif dont nous avons fait et dont nous faisons partie, Sarah, Rachel et d'autres, a été officialisé en avril 2023 avec comme tâche d'orienter le développement de la stratégie et ses membres proviennent de plusieurs secteurs. La stratégie a été développée durant une période de 16 mois entre avril 2023 et août 2024. The following steps were followed, often in iterative fashion. Data was reviewed and analyzed. Community agencies and people with lived and living experience of poverty were engaged through 3 roundtables with participation from a total of 354 individuals and 70 organizations, including those from both the for-profit and nonprofit sectors. Engagement with 6 specialists who work in academia and advocacy, including Tamarack Institute, which specializes in collective impact. Input was sought from staff from 6 city departments with mandates cross-cutting the strategic pillars that were identified. We established a shared vision, integrated several equity-related and rights-based principles, and eventually formed the strategy's priorities, sub-priorities, and short-term actions. During the engagement process, the Community Safety and Wellbeing Office and Advisory Group acknowledged existing work in the community to alleviate poverty and wanted to not only hear from those doing the work, but to better understand how to align efforts and work together. Ensemble, nous avons élaboré une vision communautaire pour la stratégie. La stratégie repose sur 10 principes. 1. Intersectionality. 2. La collaboration. 3. Evidence informed. 4. La perspective de genre. 5. Indigenous rights. 6. Le leadership fondé sur l'expérience vécue. 7. A racialized lens. 8. La représentation. 9. Rights-based lens. Et 10. Une optique tenant compte des traumatismes. Rachel will now provide an overview of the pillars and priorities, which will contribute towards the vision of people having the resources they need so that they can make decisions about their well-being and pursue their full potential.
Next slide, please. The strategic pillars were identified and refined early in the process through roundtable sessions with community members. So it's important to note that these were identified by our community for the community. The scope of the strategy is focused on 4 pillars of financial security, economic development, employment, and food security as related to these 3. Additionally, a 5th pillar, systems level change, emerged organically during the first community roundtable discussion. These pillars were identified as the priorities with the greatest impact. They were validated through listening sessions and moved forward. The pillars focus on immediate and ongoing needs. Each pillar has a goal, a strategic priority, and sub-priorities to inspire action. We used a common agenda approach to help identify next steps. Beyond a shared vision, a common agenda includes not only a definition of shared issues that partners across multiple sectors intend to address together, but it also includes a shared understanding of that issue and their agreed upon approach for how best to address it. As poverty is rife with intersectionality, actions under one pillar are structured to enhance actions of another pillar. For example, improved funding to the food security sector will help increase achievements under employment. Financial security, including support of tax filing, will also enable residents to be more food secure. Simplified pathways to service and advocacy with other levels of government will enhance the work under financial security. Most of the short-term priority actions for 2025-2026 were identified to be completed within existing budgets and/or city staffing and will be implemented jointly with the community in 2025-2026. A reminder that even though housing as an issue was brought up repeatedly as an intersection with all pillars, it will be directly addressed by existing plans and initiatives like the 10-year housing and homelessness plan. Back to Sarah.
Thank you. You can go to the next slide, and I'm going to take a few minutes now to walk through each of the pillars more specifically. So the goal of the food security pillar is that people living in or at risk of poverty have equitable access to sufficient, healthy, affordable, safe, and culturally relevant food. In 2023, Statistics Canada published a report, Food Insecurity Among Canadian Families. It cited that the risk of being food insecure was much higher among certain groups living below the poverty line. For instance, 62% of families living in subsidized housing were food insecure, which is over 3 times higher than the overall average of 18%. In addition, single mothers, Indigenous, and Black families were at the highest risk for food insecurity. While food security is important for everyone, the specific focus of the pillar is addressing food insecurity for persons living in poverty. Food insecurity is about the lack of secure, nutritious, and affordable food, which can have a negative impacts on employment, physical, mental health, and overall household income. So the focus under this pillar is working with community to build on what exists, to support food banks and community food programming, and ensure that policymakers consider the complexity of racism and food insecurity when creating plans and strategies. The short-term actions for the next 2 years will include in 2025, a city-supported and community-led food security coordination effort that will lay the foundation for the sector to identify priorities and align programming. And internally for Ottawa Public Health and other city staff to come together to co-lead, or through the Community Safety Wellbeing Office, will co-lead a food security working group mandated to coordinate food security work and review all municipal policies from a food security perspective. Next slide, please. The goal of the employment pillar is that people living in or at risk of poverty have access to consistent income and job security. According to the city's official plan, Ottawa is expected to add 189,000 jobs from 2018 to 2046. which presents an incredible opportunity for the community and residents. But through the engagement, we heard that while there's decent work in Ottawa, people still face barriers to entering the workforce and sustaining their employment. A 2024 Statistics Canada report provided evidence that 1 in 6 job seekers face discrimination when looking for work. A specific example from the same study was relative to the general population. Black workers in Canada face greater barriers to employment and lower wages compared to the general population. In January 2024, the Black individual employment rate was 78% compared to 84% for the general population. And in the same time frame, Black adult workers earned an average of $30.83 versus $36.27 for the general population. And as we continue to think about the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan as a preventative plan and really forward-looking, another key focus is specifically around youth, and youth not in employment, education, or training, who are more susceptible to long-term poverty due to conditions that impede their ability to acquire the skills and training they need for gainful employment. And we heard from residents the need for inclusive focused programs that are proven to support gaining access to decent employment, but also supports that individuals in employment need for stability, such as adequate transportation, childcare, as well as mental health supports and services. So this pillar contains 5 sub-priorities to take action around these barriers and supports needed for meaningful and sustainable employment. In the short term, the city will lead actions through the city's anti-racism strategy in funding a financial literacy program that funds place-based programs beyond school hours and fosters leadership and mentorship opportunities for Indigenous, Black, and racialized youth. In addition, currently, the community funding team in partnership with the Community Safety Wellbeing Office has an open call for project proposals to support eligible programs that can offer training and networking from youth from racialized, newcomer, and underrepresented communities that closes at the end of the month. Next slide, please. The goal of the financial security pillar is that people living in or at risk of poverty can acquire additional resources and benefits. This focus of the pillar is twofold. One on tax clinics, with a view to increasing access to financial benefits, thereby income and money in people's pockets, as well as on financial empowerment and economic abuse. Financial security means that you have enough money every month to cover your expenses and your needs. A 2019 study published by the Canadian Public Policy cited that 16% of Ontarians did not file their taxes, which is the highest among any of the provinces. And last year, 37% of Ottawa community housing residents who lost their housing subsidy lost it because they had not filed an income tax return. So empowering people's financial situations and increasing access to the benefits they're entitled to can reduce the demand on other essential services while also increasing investment in local economy. Financial empowerment is about taking control of your finances and setting yourself on a path for financial safety and security. Economic abuse in this situation can happen when someone gains control of a victim's finances, making it difficult for the victim to meet their basic needs without the abuser. So this pillar has 4 sub-priorities that look to advance coordination, training, while improving awareness of available services and systems. In the short term, the Community Safety Wellbeing Office will provide support to improving pathways and access to tax clinic services, meeting people where they are, while also looking to find a sustained solution for tax income coordination, such as advocating to the provincial and federal governments for an increased role from their lens. In addition, employment and social services and community and social services will continue to advance their system-level coordination of employment and income security measures in alignment with this strategy. Next slide, please. The goal of the economic development pillar is that people living in or at risk of poverty participate equitably in and benefit equally from economic growth. And so the city will lead this pillar as it has strong alignment with the city's economic development strategy. The focus of this pillar is how the city can support building community wealth through social procurement, youth entrepreneurship opportunities, and providing support for collective efforts to explore a community benefits framework. The pillar also looks to focus on funding skills development and entrepreneurship programs that target youth and increasing access to knowledge about talent and opportunities in growing economic sectors. By creating opportunities for all to participate in self-directed employment pathways, it has the opportunity to increase wealth in communities that can generate more resources and assets across all communities. So the pillar looks to the city's economic purchasing power, training, skills development with a focus on entrepreneurship, while also looking to really focus on understanding the future labor market prospects of Ottawa to be more proactive in those areas. Next slide, please. The goal of the fifth pillar is that people living in or at risk of poverty can access integrated services and supports they need and trust. Addressing poverty requires the participation of many sectors: social, health, education, businesses, and wraparound services are a really important tool in poverty reduction. The ability to deliver multiple services in one location acknowledges the interrelatedness of poverty, homelessness, mental health, and other challenges, also including climate change. While providing wraparound services makes it easier and more convenient, there remain challenges in simplifying access and the delivery of programs and services. So the focus of this pillar will be on improving access to wraparound supports for all residents, urban, rural, improving data collection and sharing, and the coordination of services and alignment efforts within community. And there's a number of great examples out there existing: the community houses, the community health and resource centers, as well as the city's own Catherine Street Hub, led by Employment and Social Services, which currently includes the co-location of 6 community partners, plus more who come to use the space on an as-needed basis. Next slide, please. So the Community Safety Wellbeing Performance Measurement Framework looks at measurement in 3 tiers, the top being population level indicators. In the case of the poverty reduction strategy, that would be something such as the number of individuals and families who live below the low-income cutoff. This is a crucial number for those working on the strategy to understand and to also be reported against the strategy. But it's really an example of what could be the North Star of what the strategy is looking to impact, while acknowledging that this strategy alone won't be able to move that number on its own. It can't be the only measure given the external factors and really complexity of poverty. And so the measurement framework then also looks at developing specific evaluations around specific and targeted interventions and activities of the strategy. So an example of that could be if a tax income clinic coordinator is funded, we can measure how many more clients had their taxes completed, how many more benefits did they receive than the year before, what was the overall return in people's pocket, and the value of that from an economic perspective for Ottawa. So council will receive a report on the strategy each year as part of the annual reporting around the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan, and a full review of the strategy would take place in 2027. Next slide, please. So should committee and then council approve the poverty reduction strategy, outlined on this final slide are the proposed next steps to move into implementation. The steps are reflective of an ongoing commitment to a collective impact approach. The first short-term implementation phase will run from 2025 to 2026, followed by a midterm review and re-engagement in 2027. After a report on the midterm review, a second 2-year implementation phase will take place, followed by the refresh of the strategy in 2030. At the beginning of the poverty reduction strategy document, there's a note from a community advocate, Carissa. In it, she talked about the poverty reduction strategy roundtables gave our communities and partners an opportunity to share their realities in a safe, welcoming space, and to contribute to creating a city that continues to build social capital. Thank you to everyone who participated, end quote. And ending on that, I'd like to share in Claire's thanks. Thanks for your time and attention today, for all of those who have contributed to the poverty reduction strategy in one way or another. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Sarah and Clara. I would also like to add my my gratitude to Rachel, Matt, and to all members of the advisory committee, in particular the Coalition of Community Health and Resource Centers, the Ottawa Food Bank, and the Ottawa Community Food Partnership, who've been instrumental in putting together the strategy that is before us today. So we have a number of housekeeping items I just want to share with everyone. We do have a number of delegations. Before we move to that, I am going to have the vice chair read the a technical amendment motion. So I'll wait for that to get on the board. But as we wait for that to come up, I will stress to everyone that everyone is allotted 5 minutes. I will be quite strict about that because we have a number of people who wish to speak and I want everyone to have a fair opportunity. I will also note that we are here to speak about the strategy. I know that that may foray a little bit into budget and questions about things. I'm happy to entertain that, but if things get too far off the agenda item, I will bring us back to that. So I just want to let everyone know, fair warning, just because I want everyone to have an opportunity to speak to the item at hand and to speak about their own experiences and why they're here today. So first of all, I'll ask Vice Chair Bradley to read the motion.
Thank you, Chair. Whereas the report for this item was published on October 11, 2024, after the publication of the agenda on October 10, 2024, be it resolved that the Community Services Committee approve the addition of the report for consideration at today's meeting pursuant to subsection 89.3 of the procedure bylaw, being bylaw number 2022-410, to allow for timely consideration of the matter.
Okay, and we'll vote on that at the end of this discussion. I also want to note to the members of the committee that we had quite a significant amount of correspondence on this item, and I'm sure that you had an opportunity to look at all that. We will now start with our speakers. So I'll invite Barbara Carroll from the Deborah Dines Family House and Food Bank. We will have a mixture of people who are virtual and in person. If you're in person, feel free to come up to the chairs over here. Next to Dan Chenier. Dan, can you wave your hand, my friend? Thank you. So if you are here in person, if not virtually, we'll queue you up. So if I can ask Barbara Carroll. And following Barbara, just so that we can have folks on deck, we'll have Rebecca Doris and Kate Vignon from the Ottawa Community Food Partnership. So I'll call you up when it's your turn. And Barbara, I understand you have some slides. Are there slides for your presentation, Madame? Yes, so we'll cue those up.
And what do we have to do now? We're good? Okay.
There you go.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Barbara Carroll. I'm the Executive Director of the Deborah Dines Family House. We are a very small frontline agency, but we are very dynamic. We helped in 2023 at least 53,000 requests for assistance. We are a food bank, and we are here today particularly to speak to the issue that frontline agencies who are running food banks are facing. Because if the city is unaware, I doubt that you are, but I need it to be said loud and clear, there is a food crisis right now in the city of Ottawa in proportions that we have never understood. And the pressure on frontline agencies to manage and to help the most vulnerable people in the city of Ottawa is becoming increasingly hard to do. We support the Ottawa Reduction Strategy 2025-2029. It is not an unqualified support. We urge this committee, the City of Ottawa, and its supporting food program partners to act now The word that is missing from all of the discussions that I am part of and that I am hearing is the word now. We are in a critical food crisis across the city of Ottawa. It is our opinion as a frontline agency and as a member of many coalitions involved in poverty reduction across the city that this will require bold and innovative short-term and long-term poverty reduction efforts immediately. We're seeing a significant increase in food bank users every month and a steady increase in new families seeking to register and access food. This is happening within the context of the Ottawa Food Bank reducing drastically the quantities of food made available to their member agencies, with a reduction forecasted in January 2025 of a further 50% reduction in food supplies. Our current food order is being delivered right now as I'm speaking to you. We will open and serve over 70 individual families, probably representing 200 to 300 people in one day in a 2-hour period this afternoon. By afternoon on Wednesday, we will be depleted. You have in my written submission a figure that says that we are spending $500 to $700 a week. I did bookkeeping last night. Deborah Dines spent $4,500 in 1 month alone to try and prop up food supplies. We are appalled at our own ability or inability to help the very people who need it most. And it is unsustainable, not only for Deborah Dines, but for many other agencies. I have it on good authority that a large West End food bank is considering whether they will have to close by March of next year because they are in a $60,000 deficit on monies that they do not have but are putting in to try and prop up the food bank. They are not the only ones. We continue to ration out the amounts of food to those seeking our assistance in a feeble attempt to be equitable. But as an agency, we're appalled at our own lack of ability to address this food crisis in any significant way. The negative impacts of food are very well documented. You are looking as a city as a fallout in mental health and well-being that I do not know that you are set up to manage as we reduce the most basic of human rights to people who are the most vulnerable and marginalized in the city. We are facing a small frontline agency's staffing and capacity issues to operate effectively as an emergency food resource. We do not believe that the current mapping that is being used by the City of Ottawa and various organizations actually identifies frontline hotspots who need immediate help now to maintain any level of food service in the city. Crisis is in the food amounts that we're able to give out and equitable distribution to food bank users. We need a realignment of food distribution amounts that are forecasted to be reduced even further, as I said, by 50% in 2025. Something needs to happen now. I have families. I have young children. I am making 45 emergency lunches every single day for children to take to school. I have never had 1 penny of funding to make that happen. I have had volunteers all over the city picking up produce from July 1st until today is the last day, night times, weekends, just so that we could keep fresh produce in the family house at any level that was slightly reasonable. I urge you to do everything in your power to bring this forward to full council and to let them please understand we are not talking hypothetically. We are not talking about the good measures for 2025. I applaud you for that. But we who are helping people with food in this city are talking about right now. And I hear nothing from anybody that is doing anything to help us, help people with their most basic need.
So
Thank you
Barbara,
so much.
Thank you. We have questions for you. Barbara,
Oh,
we have
sorry.
some questions for you. Don't leave Charlie. And
Questions.
I
Oh, gosh,
I
no.
understand,
Yes.
sorry, not to you, Barbara, to everyone in the room, I understand that there will be a number of instances today where you wish to share your enthusiasm or gratitude to other delegations. I ask us not to clap. This is a formal setting. Once again, or yells or shouts or things like that, we're going to get through people. And once again, this can be an emotional situation where people want to do that. We're going to be very formal about this today because I think it's fair that we have the time for councillors to ask questions of delegations and we just run through this as formally as possible. Not to say that this isn't, that wasn't a wonderful and impactful presentation. So thank you for that. So I'm just asking everyone to respect that, okay? Barbara, we have a question from Councillor Carr to start.
Morning. Thank you very much for being here today. Just make one comment before I ask you some questions. I do think that the people that sit around this particular committee are ones that are very cognizant of the struggles that we're facing. I know much of our conversation over the last 2 years since being on this committee has been about the terrible lack of investment that has been made in our social services sector for decades upon decades from upper levels of government that has led us to multiple crises, including food security, mental health, housing and homelessness. So, but it's very impactful to hear the impact of that on the front line. I just have a couple questions for you. So at Deborah Dines, you're the executive director. Does your food bank, the catchment for your food bank, is it greater than the OCH community? Is it a wider geographical distribution? Because
Yes, thank you very much for asking that. I'm sorry. I was a bit rushed, but we are a very good example of how poverty is affecting people and their need for food. Deborah Dines serves two quite distinct communities. We serve an OCH in Ottawa Housing, a subsidized housing area of nearly 700 people, always full of children and youth. It's a very unique characteristic of Ottawa housing areas where there are townhouses. By definition, you don't get to live there unless you live in poverty. We serve a much larger area, which is the other side of Fisher, which is the most densely rental population in Nepean. Those people face a very different reality. They are there because they are paying market rent. They may have subsidies towards that. They cannot move. There's nowhere to move to. They are spending more than 75%. Some of them, I have no idea how they're managing their rents, just to keep a roof over their head. That is the fallout that we see at food banks. The end result is families do not have enough food. They need to use a food bank. And it has become par for the course that service providers in all sectors across the city, as a first solution, are saying go to the food bank. I don't have a problem with that. I think that's a smart move, but I do have a problem with my ability to meet that increased demand when that's the solution. Here's the food bank address. Thank you.
yeah, I just have a quick follow-up question, and thank you for that. Maybe a decade ago, I was on the board of the Blair Court Community House, which is in my ward, and it's been amazing to see the change that has happened there with the shift from, we used to be heavily focused on programs, and now it's very much just delivering services to keep people to keep people getting the basics. And so I take it that's your experience as well. And just one question, you know, so I've witnessed the decline full hand. I'll also mention that my ward office shares space with the Heron Emergency Food Center. So I've seen the terrible demand that has happened. I see the lineups all the time and the struggles that they're facing. So, but just one question, I can ask questions all day, so I know the chair likes me to limit my questions. When Sarah Taylor presented, she said that we need systems to change. So I understand the immediate, you know, you have immediate needs and we understand those. Can you think of ways that the system needs to change that could help you?
No.
And you don't have to answer, we can follow up by email. That's a big question.
I think that there has to be a better identification of frontline food banks that are struggling and we need some form of assistance now. Now is the word. I think that staffing capacity for those agencies is a wonderful investment for this city. I think that we need to look at current mapping so that we identify them well. And I think that we need to understand that I think you had asked if I believe that people at this table understood what I have been trying to describe today. Yes, I do. I really do. But what we've been asked is to bring this forward and be relentless about the issue not being go forward, but the issue is with us right at this moment and will have horrendous consequences for the city. So I think it's capacity building. I think it's good identification of hotspots that need immediate help. And I think it is actually how are we going to generate food, because a 50% reduction is unworkable, I would think, for almost every agency that is providing food in the city of Ottawa. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Conseillère Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup d'être là aujourd'hui. I'm embarrassed to admit I didn't know about your center. I just had to sort of Google and see where it was located. Now, I'm really biased because I have the 3 best resource centers and 1 health center in my area, both Sandy Hill, Vanier, and Lower Town. Yours can maybe be 4th. Let's go there. I was just wondering if, and I'm not trying to make light of the situation because it is very, very serious. We are seeing this in my community as well. But I was just wondering if you could talk about your center and the work that you guys do, because just from looking at it at the glance at the slide you provided, it seems like you do a lot more than just food banks, correct?
The Deborah Dines Family House is a multi-service organization. We have provided uninterrupted service for nearly 30 years. We will celebrate 30 years in June of next year, 2025. Some things to celebrate because we have tried to build community to the very best of our ability and to provide a stable resource. We provide a lot of additional services. We provide a lot of additional wraparound pieces. People coming to food banks bring complex needs. It is rare that a food bank will be dealing only with the giving of food to somebody. Small agencies like ours are place-based. You have all passed us at some point if you have gone near the Hogsback Bridge, if you've come down Meadowlands and gone to the passport office, if you've called in at the McDonald's across the way from the passport office. That's where Deborah Dines is. We're place-based. We are often a first point of contact for people. We have a very strong record of helping children and youth in our community, and we are very good at getting post-secondary success within our community. I have now got youth who have come through Deborah Dines as children in programs, as volunteers and mentors, as youth employed. We have supported them going through university and colleges with their crazy time schedules. They are now police officers. They are now OPP officers. I have two young guys wanting to help racialized young men, of which they are part of that group and know that reality, who went and got money. Now they're applying for grants. I don't know where I'm going to go because I'm going to be in competition with the very kids that I have helped or tried to help. Not me personally, but Deborah Dines as a community to grow and evolve into great citizens. So big wraparound. We fill gaps. We will know what those gaps are early on. And we do big numbers of helping people and very intimate contact, if you're a community house, with families, children and youth on many levels and in many different ways. So it is in many ways, when it is accessible and place-based and right where there are high needs, an ideal opportunity to be helping and reaching out to the most vulnerable and providing ongoing support. And there are 15 community houses right across the city of Ottawa doing magnificent work every single day. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Thank you very much, Barbara. I see no further questions for you. Thank you for being here today. If I could invite Rebecca Doris and Kate Vinot from the Ottawa Community Food Partnership. And following their presentation, we'll have Eugene Williams from the Caldwell Family Center on. Oh, no, forgive me. After that is Beth Tooley. So just so she is aware. So welcome, Kate and Rebecca, and you have 5 minutes.
Perfect. Are we sharing the same microphone or?
I think that one should be able, you can turn that one on as well.
Okay. Perfect.
Ah, there we go.
Thank you. My name is Rebecca Doris. I'm the coordinator of the Ottawa Community Food Partnership. We'll also refer to it as OCFP. I'm joined by Kate Vino. She's the chair of OCFP Stewardship Committee. OCFP is a network of Ottawa-based nonprofit agencies working together to improve food insecurity outcomes across Ottawa through collective impact. Individually, OCFP partner organizations work to increase access to good food, whether through charitable means, community development, or otherwise. They work with community members to co-design programming and work towards much needed systems change. They do this incredible work and so much more to reduce food insecurity with only a small amount of financial support from governments that is completely disproportionate to the amount of the work that they do. These partners have inputted into the following delegation that Kate and I are giving today. OCFP is one component of a broader food systems approach that is needed to bring about long-term change in the face of rising complexities that affect food insecurity. We are strengthening a food systems lens in guiding the equitable sharing of resources, implementing best practices, collectively raising awareness of the root causes and impacts of food insecurity, and advocating for the policies and actions that are needed to meaningfully address it. Sharing information and resources aims to address service gaps and support assets, helping community organizations work as efficiently and equitably as possible, while taking on the huge challenge of addressing the increasingly alarming impacts of food insecurity. The first pillar of the poverty reduction strategy speaks to the importance of bringing together the food insecurity sector in Ottawa, specifically priority 1.1.1. The language of this priority states that coordination mechanisms need to be built, yet it actually already exists with the Ottawa Community Food Partnership. When this strategy gets passed, OCFP will continue this coordination, including to host a community-facilitated food security forum in 2025, building upon previous and simultaneous work from organizations within and outside of the network, and in collaboration with the City of Ottawa. Collaboration takes resources, including financial resources that charitable organizations do not have and need from the City of Ottawa immediately. This investment is vital. Investing in bringing together a relevant and intentional cross-section of stakeholders in Ottawa's food security landscape leverages diverse resources and expertise to tackle this multifaceted issue. We need to see that the city has a plan to allocate more than adequate financial resources to implement the solutions that are needed with the food security pillars.
Most of the OCFP partners have sat at the Poverty Reduction Roundtable sessions over the past year and a half, and our messaging has been clear. We are in dire need of support. Our sector is underfunded, under-resourced, and overburdened. We face incredible rates of burnout, often expected to support emergency after emergency when we have nothing left to give. One-time funding that came through during the pandemic has dried up. One-time funding is insufficient. People are going without food for a variety of reasons, unable to access community meals because of reduced offerings, receiving less choice of food because of reduced supply on shelves at food banks, and unable to pay even heavily subsidized rates for meals. It is our role as a network to bring these issues to you, knowing that we can make changes here and now. We have seen significant change on each iteration of the food security pillar throughout this process. We understand that our voices have had a significant impact on the shaping of the poverty reduction strategy that's being presented here today, as through our collective input, we've witnessed food security move from being in the fourth pillar to now being represented in the first, demonstrating the critical need to prioritize addressing food insecurity. The organizations and individuals that fed into this strategy did so by building upon solutions that are already being worked on in the community, but that cannot achieve an impactful scale because of lack of investment. There is no shortage in ideas or in community capability of facilitating transformative change. There is a shortage in the financial commitment that needs to match the urgency of addressing rising food insecurity. While priority 1.1.3 recognizes the future plan for increased funding to organizations and initiatives addressing food insecurity, we do not see any financial commitments being allocated immediately. For this entire strategy, the only immediate funding is the $150,000 for tax clinic coordination. This is grossly insufficient and is not representative of what is needed to implement a significant shift in food insecurity. We are concerned that the urgency of the situation is not fully understood. We need to see that the city has a committed, concrete plan for allocating both immediate and long-term financial resources to implement community-identified solutions that are proportionate to the critical need that exists in regards to alleviating food insecurity. This must include the establishment of an emergency bridge fund of $6 million over 3 years through the Sustainability Fund, and we urgently request that the Community Services Committee commits to supporting this ask. It truly is what's needed to make a city that's more livable by all.
Thank you very much, both of you. We're at time, but you have several questions in the queue for you, so don't go anywhere. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate everyone who's here to delegate, and of course, all of you who work in the food security sector. So my first question, which you answered right at the end of your delegation, is what do you think the immediate financial ask would be? So you're suggesting a $6 million bridge fund to help immediately alleviate hunger, correct? This is for the purchasing of food for food security organizations?
You want to speak to that? Sorry, I don't.
Yeah, I would just like to know what that funding would be used for.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that immediately, in terms of addressing the infrastructure that is needed to support food banks, food programs, including adequate staffing, including money for food. This is the stuff that is needed right now, just as we just heard from our last speaker, that is being taken from the community, from donations, from basically charity. But what we need to see is an immediate commitment from the government to be able to support some of these services while we work on the longer term plan, because the sector is struggling with the financial resources to make this happen right now.
Okay, thank you. You know, something we struggle with as a city is the amount of downloading, as you know, that has happened onto cities. And here we are again, whether it's transit, whether it's food security, whether it's, lack of affordable housing. So that's where you might hear some of the pushback from councillors, not because we don't think this is important, I think we all do, but that we end up in a situation quite a lot where cities are backfilling what other levels of government should be doing. And so I'm curious to hear from you in terms of where we should be pushing advocacy up the stream, and what systemic changes you would like to see that you think would end this food insecurity crisis. Because Rachel Wilson, I have quoted you say this, I've heard you say it several times, that the answer to food insecurity is not more food. So I'm interested in hearing what systemic things you would like to see changed, even if they're not at a city level.
Great question. First of all, I want to echo the frustration when responsibilities of higher levels of government are downloaded, because everything is being downloaded upon charities right now. And the stress is being downloaded upon those who are food insecure and living in poverty themselves. So really towards the bottom, I hate to say that, but we are feeling it the most, so we get it. One of the biggest things, in my opinion, is tackling some of our social services systems that are managed by the province. So social assistance rates, especially Ontario Works, have not changed in about 5 years. And in fact, people are making less money now because of inflation. So even though they would have been making $733 a month as an individual in 2019, they're actually making less today because of the cost of living is soaring. If people can afford their basic needs, they won't have to go to charities, and those charities won't have to come to council year after year, month after month, demanding more money. We need to change the income-based policies, both at the provincial level and federally as well. That is one thing. I don't know if you have other things.
I'll just speak maybe a little more to the local aspect of it, that the supports that we need to be seeing in terms of facilitating some change at the local level here is the community development aspect of it. And thinking of the brilliant delegation from Barbara, Deborah Dines, and all of the programming that that they're putting towards a holistic approach in terms of supporting many aspects of living in the city. And the policies that we're looking at that need to be supportive for a shift in food insecurity include enabling policy for food production, include enabling policy for community economic development in the city to start food businesses, to grow local food for our residents and our neighbors to access them. Like, there are many different touch points that can be looked at in terms of enabling policy at a local municipal level. And we need those shifts to happen, again, as we're kind of talking about that long-term piece, while addressing the immediate work that's already happening that needs to have the financial support to continue that work to do so.
Thank you so much. And I'll note that this strategy doesn't mention housing, but obviously that's the big red herring here. If people can afford their rent, then they're more likely to be able to afford food. And the next item we'll be discussing on the agenda is actually how we allocate the Canada-Ontario housing benefit, which is actually really important. So thank you so much for being here. I hope you'll understand that some of our frustration lies in the fact that we don't have a redistributive tax mechanism. Yeah. We don't have a cut of the income tax. Income taxes are fundamentally about wealth redistribution, right? We have a very limited tax base, which puts us in an incredibly tough position because property taxes are highly unpopular. I have residents who say, raise my taxes so no one goes hungry. Not every councillor is hearing that from their residents. And at the end of the day, just like there's a fundamental fairness issue from the nonprofit sector, there's a fundamental fairness issue for municipalities. We are not funded to solve hunger and to solve homelessness, and increasingly we're being asked to do so. So this is the quagmire that we're in. And I know you will find most of the councillors around this table are continuing to push the city to do more. but we are also at the breaking point in terms of our finances. So we share your frustration and we want to help as best we can, but we also don't want to let those other levels of government off the hook. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Carr.
Thanks very much. And I think Councillor Troster took a big piece of my question, but certainly echo what she said. I mean, the lack of funding from upper levels of government, lack of investment is terrifying when you think about that food banks have only been around for 40 years and in Canada, and it is unbelievable how many people are dependent on them nowadays. And so my question to you is, you know, you're asking for short-term funding, emergency funding for basically almost a Band-Aid solution, right? So do you see, you know, you talk about long-term, how we need systemic change, 100%, but how long do we keep, you know, do you ever see an end to food banks? Is that something that you can imagine happening?
Great questions here today. I would love to imagine for that to happen. I think we'll always see some sort of community care. I mean, I hope we'll always see some sort of community care when your neighbor is struggling and you may have a little bit more to offer to support each other. Really, you know, a lot of our big systems that we've created have been based on that. If you're struggling in that moment, go to your community for support. So I hope that sort of element always exists. In terms of sort of the Band-Aid solution right now, I mean, it's just necessary. And I think that basically, you know, even though we know that we're not getting a ton of money from the province and the feds to deal with some of these issues like hunger and housing, clearly it is our responsibility to make sure that everybody in our community is taken care of. And so when that's not happening, then we need to look at where our spending is in the budget overall. Our spending determines our priorities. If we don't address the situations right now in the moment, then we can't have people going on to secondary education and supporting their communities, just like Barbara said. I heard something in the previous questions about being great in a way, or maybe this is what I heard, that money was taken from programming to focus more on the food banks and the basic needs. I don't see that as being a great thing because programs build up communities. We have some community advocates that are going to be speaking later today, but we need those basic needs covered first before you can go and get a job, go to higher education, perhaps support your communities in other ways. So we don't like Band-Aid solutions, but if we need to do that in the meantime, we need support so that we can achieve some of our longer term goals. I don't know, I'm a rambler. I don't know if that answered anything.
Perfect, I'm a rambler too. So yeah, I'll just say two things here. I find it absolutely terrifying to not only think about the emergency food, but think about how much we need to change our systems. When the border shut down during the pandemic, it shut down to passengers, to travelers, sorry. If it were ever to shut down to commercial, we only ever have a 2-day supply of food in Canada. And it's absolutely frightening that we need to completely rethink how we do food. And I know that's a much bigger question, not a municipal question, but the fact that we've left ourselves as a society in such a dangerous position to me is absolutely overwhelming. Anyhow, I've always got lots of thoughts. I'll just share that I did at the last community services put in an inquiry to staff about how we can better fund food security. I put the identical inquiry in last year and it led to a 10% increase in cost of living adjustment for the those food agencies that receive the sustainability fund. So we'll continue to work with staff to see what can be done. But thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much for being here today. I know this is a very difficult time to talk about it, and I realize that the word now gets mentioned a lot. In terms of the food insecurity, you were suggesting, if I'm not mistaken, that that we change the wording slightly. and that in terms of 1.1.2, instead of integrate a food insecurity lens into city-led strategies and plans, you're suggesting integrate a food systems lens into city-led strategies and plans. Can you explain that?
Yes, happily. Thank you so much for bringing that up. It might seem like a small semantics issue in terms of this report, but it is actually an imperative thing that we get right here with this language, that there is no such thing as a food insecurity lens. That's not an established set of parameters, indicators, evaluation. And my other organization that I work for, we facilitate discourse coast to coast to coast, Indigenous Territories Canada, and also internationally. And it is not a recognized lens that is used to view municipal policy. We are speaking to the need for updating the language to say a food systems lens, indicating the complexities that feed into food insecurity. And I mean, you've already heard many points today of all of the different inputs that affect food insecurity, housing equity, income equity, so many different pockets that feed into what leads somebody to become food insecure. And approaching municipal policy with a food systems approach that is holistic and is an established embedded manner to review municipal policy is critical. And getting that language correct so that this piece of this strategy is a long-term piece that we can refer to moving forward is what we need to do. And so that's why, thank you for bringing that up. And we're looking to see that change in the language just in this report. Thank you.
Thank you. I will be asking city staff about that and how that can work, since I know that they want to work with partnerships like yourselves. So, but thank you. And there's lots more. We have a lot of delegates, so I'm just going to say thank you now. Bye.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for your delegation. Earlier on in your presentation, you mentioned that you already have a coordination model or something something similar in place. How long have you had that? And would you say it's been successful?
Thank you for your question. We have been a partnership for about 8 years in different iterations. I'm relatively new to the partnership as well as Kate, but both of our founding organizations have been part of it for many, many years. We currently have approximately 20 organizations. Those are community food banks, community meal programs, programs for seniors, programs that work at a food systems level for policy and coordination of community gardens and networks and things like that. It's successful in that regardless of the tiny amount of funding that we get, really basically nothing, and everything these organizations are doing on a day-to-day basis, that we're still able to meet regularly and come together to have a place to discuss where it is that we need to lead going forward, what our messaging is, what some of the resources we have to share are. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Ottawa Community Food Partnership led a program called Cooking for a Cause. So when all the businesses were shut down, a lot of the community organizations and small businesses coordinated to get up to 5,000 meals per week out to vulnerable populations and community centers that would see them. The fact that's not successful is that we don't have any money to be able to actually implement some of the solutions that we've come together to think of. So we are more than excited to be working with the City of Ottawa in 2025 for a food security forum. But as we mentioned in our speech, we're a little bit concerned that there isn't any immediate funding associated with implementing any of the solutions that we come up with, or any of the solutions that we've already sort of figured out are needs to be done. So, I mean, successful is a hard word to establish, but in terms of the passion and the commitment that we've seen from these partners, regardless, everything that their organizations have seen, absolutely, I would say that's successful.
Thank you. Yeah, I meant success in like the model, sort of working, you know, getting everyone together to discuss whatever, and to do some resource sharing every so often. So, you know, that sounds to me like there's something that the city can look at when we are developing our own coordination model or discussing our own coordination model as part of this the strategy. And I do hope that's something that can be facilitated. Obviously, unless that model is proprietary, then you know. But yeah, that's something certainly that I hope to see, because it's not just like the other programming. It's also like even programming within the food bank itself. Like in Barrhaven, our Barrhaven food cupboard has to cancel their hamper program to focus more on the food distribution. So it's certainly an issue that's wide ranging across the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Thank you very much for your delegation. If I could invite Beth Tooley from the Ottawa Coalition of Community Houses to come forward. And after Beth, we have Eugene Williams, then Lucy LaRoche. So just so everybody's aware. Thanks very much, Beth, for being here. And once you get settled, you'll have 5 minutes.
Oh, I'm not good with this. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the opportunity to be here today to speak. So I'm here representing the Ottawa Coalition of Community Houses. We're 15.5 community houses. 15 are funded as community houses, and one Caldwell Family Center is a day program, all connected with our network. So the community houses have supported the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan from day one. We appreciated the integrated approach to supporting people by addressing the social determinants of health, and we desperately want this plan to work, and we really need it to work. So in spirit of working together, I'm here because we desperately need funding to support people right now. We need to address the fact that too many Ottawa residents are not meeting their most basic need for survival, and we need to understand how this affects well-being. Without food, people will have poor mental health. Without food, people will have poor health. Without food, people will not feel a sense of security or safety. And without food, people will not have well-being, period. So I wanted to talk a little bit about how did we get here, and whose responsibility is food security. So historically, it was not the responsibility of the municipality, the province, the feds. It was I think we have to acknowledge that it really is the diminishing role of churches. And, you know, an example was in 2019, the church serving Riverview Park Alta Vista could not continue to operate their food bank, and it was downloaded to the Blair Court Community House. This was a role that the church played in the community for 30 years. Next, we have to factor in the drastic reduction in volunteers, specifically those that were contributing their time for decades, like really making it their career retirement. Pre-pandemic, Britannia Woods Community House saw upwards of 25 regular volunteers from 3 local churches each and every week, over 60 hours of service. The geographic area for Britannia Woods Food Bank runs from Bayshore to Broadview. It includes 7 OCH neighborhoods, a family shelter, and dozens of affordable rental high-rises. And these volunteers ran all functions of the food pantry. So everything from shopping, doing all the intake with clients, packing bags. We had 80-year-old volunteers carrying cases of cans into the basement for storage. They absolutely did everything. And in 2010, these local churches started expressing concern that they could not recruit new members to carry the torch. And once the pandemic hit, the long-term volunteers did not return. Again, this was a significant role that the churches played in food the food security infrastructure in Ottawa for 40 years. Finally, we have to consider the drastic increase in need for accessible food. Inflation is making food inaccessible, period. Some community houses are scheduling appointments 3 weeks in advance. They're having people show up at their doors regardless, desperate for food. They're turning away people and they're trying desperately to get food some way, somehow for the people that are showing up. There's nowhere to turn for funding to support frontline programs. This means community house food bank struggles to have staff in position to accept the deliveries from the Ottawa Food Bank every week, shop for essential items that are missing or need to be topped up, book appointments, perform intake, and fill orders and pack bags. It also means that we struggle with having food on the shelves. So in looking at like more of a systems piece and how we're approaching that work, food programs across the city are working together. The Coalition of Community Houses sits on the Ottawa Community Food Partnership and its Stewardship Committee. We sit on the Ottawa Food Banks Network Steering Table. We sit on the CDF Community Development Frameworks Mental Wellbeing Working Group that through resident leadership has identified food security as a top priority in the city's priority neighborhoods. We have participated in the city's poverty reduction strategy consultations. Wherever people are talking about food security, we're there. There's no shortage of collaboration in the food sector. And there's an agreement that we need a strategy for sustainable food for all, which goes beyond food banking. This takes time and we're running out of time. Food programs need immediate relief to be able to continue to address this food crisis. At this point, one food bank closing in Ottawa will have a drastic implication on the whole system. We are not prepared for this.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much for your delegation and your leadership with the community houses. Really appreciate it. And you raised the issue of Britannia Woods, which I'm familiar with in my ward. And I think it's shocking for people to find out that these food pantries are working with not just the Ottawa community housing community, but beyond. And it is very concerning. So this is typical of the growth you see across the city?
Yeah, we have a geographic map that looks at, so the community house food banks has, if you look at the catchment area for food programs, it's a very large footprint in Ottawa. I think we've kind of estimated it to be about 40% of the city of Ottawa.
Yeah, and from what I know and see, it was never set up that way in terms of just the building structures. We're talking about townhouses and, back rooms of a townhouse feeding thousands of people. Is this typical as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is a concern, and it's something that is difficult to address in this document, but it talks about space and the need for space. And I know that Britannia Woods will be talking later, but that's something I'm just seeing as a pattern. Who knew that we'd be in the food business? This is evolved in not a great way, but I appreciate the bringing this forward to us. It's already been pointed out that we're kind of doing our best to hold things. And I think that that's one of the biggest concerns that I ask for in terms of the other levels of government is space as well, funding for space, because we're stretched. And I'm not even talking about the operational, which is of course huge, but it's just something that's grown beyond our means. I don't know if you have any further comment on that.
That's exactly it. It's just grown way beyond what the capacity is.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Chair. I promise I don't have a question, just a comment. Thank you very much, Beth. I know we've talked about this issue before, and I just want to highlight the example that you mentioned specifically about Blair Court and Riverview Park. So that food bank was in the basement of Perroise Nativité for years. Sister Louise, shout out to Sister Louise. And when it moved into Blair Court, it is in the tiniest space. It is not accessible. Like, I'm in my 50s and I can barely make it down those stairs. So that is not good service at all. It's a cramped space. And all I have witnessed Blair Court moving from a community house that was very dedicated to programming to one that is serving food and barely, that's the main line of business, and it's overwhelming. And so just, you know, mentioning that firsthand, I've seen that in my community. And also, I really liked your point about the churches, because I think that's a problem in all of our social service sectors. We've got religious institutions running our shelters. The lack of investment, again, from the upper levels of government in ensuring that people have a basic standard of living over the past 4 decades is deplorable. Anyway, thank you very much.
Can I just respond to that quick?
Absolutely.
Even though it wasn't a question.
Yeah, that's all right.
In looking at like what the purpose, you know, of a community house is, and it wasn't intended to actually operate as a food bank and just give out food. The purpose of a food bank actually is just to meet the needs of the people living in and around that area. And you know, it fluctuates. So sometimes it is very much programmed. Like when we go door to door, people are like, I just need programs for my kids. And we just continuously see in the last 4 years, people want food. People need food, and that has taken over what the needs of the community are. And I say, if we don't have, I mean, community house food banks, they might not be accessible in the means of like stairs and whatnot, but they're accessible for people to come to and get food in ways that they're comfortable with. So I just think it's finding those solutions that we're still meeting the needs of the community and where they want service and how they want service, but then making sure the space is accessible. Yeah.
Thank you
Yeah,
very
100%.
much.
Thank
Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Carr. Thank you, Beth, for being here today. If I can invite Eugene Williams from the Caldwell Family Center to come forward. Welcome, Eugene. And once you get settled, you'll get 5 minutes.
Test. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Eugene Williams, and I'm the Executive Director at the Caldwell Family Center. The Caldwell Family Center is a member agency of the Ottawa Food Bank Network, and we're also a member of the Ottawa Coalition of Community Houses. For 40 years, the Caldwell Family Center has been working alongside residents of the largest Ottawa community housing neighborhood in the city, offering a food bank, a computer cafe, meal programs, a drop-in program, family support services, and a clothing depot. In 2023, we had over 238,000 service interactions with our community members. Our kitchen prepared over 65,000 breakfasts and lunches, and our food bank provided food twice a month for about 900 households, representing approximately 2,400 unique individuals. And the demand for our services is greater than ever in 2024, but that shouldn't surprise anyone around this table and in this room if you're following the news. These are very challenging times. From January to August, our community kitchen served over 50,000 meals to low-income residents in our meal program. In 2023, our food bank was seeing an average of 60 to 80 people per day. In 2024, we are seeing an average of 80 to 110 people per day. Our food bank has had to turn more people away this year than we had to in 2023, at a time when we continue to see new households registering for our food bank. And close to 90% of the Caldwell Family Center clients report to us that our food program and our food bank is the primary source of food for their family. Many of our clients are on fixed incomes or have low-paying jobs. Food insecurity is impacting working families as well as those on social assistance. Our clients report that our food bank and meal program helps them to save money to pay rent, those critical bills, and avoid housing and prevent homelessness. I want to thank the City of Ottawa for recognizing that food security is a key pillar within the poverty reduction strategy. However, it's vital and critical that the City of Ottawa adequately fund the food security pillar to directly help food programs like the Caldwell Family Center and other member agencies of the Ottawa Coalition of Community Houses and the Ottawa Food Bank members to meet the growing demand for food assistance in Ottawa. And I frankly echo the word now that we've heard from some of my colleagues in previous deputations. At a time when Ottawa is seeing high levels of food insecurity, food banks are the first line of defense in helping families stretch their budgets and prevent homelessness. We know that when our clients' food security is compromised, families will struggle to pay their rent or meet their mortgage payments, and this will cause further homelessness in the city. This year, while our food bank use was on the rise, we struggled to find funding for food bank staff and food bank operations to meet the growing demand at Caldwell. In fact, we're a multi-service organization, but we had to pull staff from other program areas just to make sure we had adequate food bank staff meeting that critical, urgent demand. And this is really a distressing trend. And I think you've heard from other colleagues that presented today that all food banks in Ottawa are experiencing this distressing trend. We're all stretched very thin. And if we don't have direct financial support from the city now, this coming budget period, the risk is that more individuals will go without access to food and basic amenities. Our clients on social assistance or with precarious employment are at risk of becoming homeless. And if they can't have continued access to our food bank and meal programs, this will cause further issues and problems for the municipal taxpayer in Ottawa. You know, food insecurity is very expensive. And, you know, according to Feed Ontario, poverty and food insecurity costs the Ontario taxpayer between 27 billion and 33 billion annually. And these are costs that will be borne by the City of Ottawa taxpayer. You know, avoiding food insecurity at the municipal level will lead to an increase in social services use, lead to higher costs for healthcare, law enforcement intervention, and emergency services. This is not an esoteric problem that the city can afford to ignore. The city can't afford the financial and social consequences of not taking action on food security.
Thank you, Eugene.
Okay,
I'm going to
so,
stop you there.
yeah.
You're out of time.
Yeah.
I am going to ask, is this Lucy that is beside? And you're also from the Caldwell Family Center.
Yes.
Does it make sense for you to proceed now and then have counselors ask you both questions, or is because you've signed up separately, you're entitled to your 5 minutes as well, but I'm just wondering if to facilitate those questions to both of you at the end, is that acceptable?
He can continue what he has.
Well, he cannot continue. His time is up. He is open to questions, but if the questions.
My 5 minutes is not long.
Yeah.
No, your 5 minutes is still 5 minutes, but
Yeah.
I'm just thinking if there's questions that may overlap and you know what you're submitting, if it makes more sense, and that way counselors can ask you both questions at the end. Is that?
Yeah.
If not, I'm happy to keep it either way.
Yeah, absolutely. That we're both in agreement.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Okay, so I'm going to ask for members to hold their questions, and Lucy, you have 5 minutes, and then I'll open the floor to questions to either delegation. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Lucy. I am a resident from the Caldwell area, one of the largest Ottawa community housing communities in the city. I want to start by saying that without Caldwell Family Center and their food security program, I don't think I'll be there today. I have a pension that's hardly covered, covered my rent. And at one point, I could only afford to eat once a week. This program, alongside the food program, saved my life. And if it weren't from the center, I would have survived. Food brings people together. And thanks to this program to being funded, I now feel like I am part of the family. And I wanted to give back. So now I will volunteer every day from 6 to 4 to help people to make meals for the resident over there. And when I want struggling, I'm sorry, I'm not in English, I'm French. To pay.
Tu peux parler en français aussi. Oui.
I'm
les
struggling
personnes
to pay my rent and felt useless but I always thought community help community. And this program gave me a sense of belonging. I live in a very poor neighborhood, and I see many people who really who's rely on this program family, seniors, newcomer, and individual, who without our food program would have enough to eat. This program provides comfort of those facing not just food insecurity, but many other challenges. With the rising cost of the life, the need for food banks and meal program is more urgent than ever. I'm here to say that we don't need cuts. We need more funding to keep these very vital serving going. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Lucie. François Plan.
Oui, je voulais juste vous poser la question parce que vous avez dit ça. Évidemment, il y a l'aspect nourriture, nutritif du programme, mais vous avez dit que ça a sauvé votre vie parce que vous faites du bénévolat. Pourriez-vous juste expliquer qu'est-ce que vous faites exactement? Je voulais juste savoir davantage.
OK. Au début, avant de connaître le centre, j'ai pensé à suicide parce que j'avais plus rien, je manquais de nourriture, je manquais d'argent parce que mon loyer me coûtait trop cher, puis j'avais pas de revenus pour aider à mon logement. J'ai jamais demandé de subvention pour aider pour le logement parce qu'ils me disaient que j'avais pas le droit. Donc, je survivais plus que je vivais. Et maintenant, je travaille je fais la cuisine, je fais les déjeuners pour toutes les personnes qui viennent au centre. Et je prépare aussi les lunchs pour le dîner. Et je fais des salades maison pour que ce soit nutritif et bonne santé pour tout le monde. Mais je n'aime pas les produits chimiques.
Merci, j'ai faim. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, conseillère Plante. Councillor Carr.
Oui, c'est seulement un commentaire. Lucie, je voulais juste vous remercier d'être venue ici aujourd'hui pour partager votre histoire. C'était très émouvant et vous avez fait un excellent travail en racontant votre histoire et je sais que je parle pour tous mes collègues. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. And just some quick comments. I really appreciate the fact that this delegation has really emphasized the important need to invest in social services because it's cheaper. It's cheaper in terms of ensuring that we don't have to invest later in law enforcement, in the criminal justice system, and healthcare services. It makes sense to ensure that municipalities have the dollars to invest in social service and agencies and programs and initiatives in order to ensure better quality of life now so that we're not paying for it later. So I really do appreciate the fact that you've really emphasized that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And I also want to thank Lucie for her delegation. It's important that our policies are really informed by lived experience. And we really appreciate the comments that you made before us today. Thank you, Chair.
Madam Chair, if I may just respond quickly, if I may.
Yes.
Councillor King, Councillor King, thank you for your comments. And I just want to add that immediate investments in the poverty reduction food pillar strategy are needed right now. In fact, I urge members of this committee to encourage your council colleagues to put food security programs in the budget. I mean, we're working on long-term solutions, but just to echo everything that my colleagues have said today, there's an urgent priority for food bank operations that funding is not there at the moment. And some of our food banks, frankly, the risk is that they could close. We're going to be forced to turn more people away. So thank you for considering that as an important priority. Put food programming in the 2025 municipal budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you both very much for your delegation. If I can invite Yolanda Jones from the Pinecrest Terrace Community House.
Good morning. My name is Yolanda Jones, and for the past 10 years, I've served as the coordinator of the Pinecrest Terrace Community House. We're a community hub providing food, critical hours programs, and wraparound supports for 1,400 people in College Ward. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today on behalf of our community's most vulnerable families and to call on the city to prioritize immediate and long-term funding solutions to support food security. As the coordinator of a food bank, I see firsthand the reality of families struggling to put food on their tables amidst rising costs and increasing challenges. In the past 2 years alone, we've welcomed 689 new families, new clients, many of whom have never relied on the food bank before. Many tell us they have no choice but to come because their cupboards are empty. Some say that this is a situation they could have never imagined for themselves, that our food bank has become their last resort. Many explain that they've skipped meals, borrowed food that they struggle to repay, and gone without the basic necessities just to keep a roof over their heads and their children fed. Before the pandemic, we offered a fraction of the food bank appointments that we offer now, and yet our clients were served right away. Now, the wait list is 3 to 5 weeks long. Just last year, clients could come twice per month, and now they can only come once. And we can only provide them with 3 days worth of food. Imagine having no food to feed your family and being told your food bank appointment will be in 5 weeks' time. Imagine the impact on your mental health, your physical well-being, and your self-esteem. Our community house has managed to stretch our resources to accommodate a 71% increase in food bank visits in the last 2 years. But it's come at the expense of many other programs that we used to run. We used to have community gardens, collective kitchens. We used to have an ESL program. We used to have literacy programs for kids. We used to have an art program. These were vibrant programs. We can't offer them anymore. We used to have a lot of recreation programs for kids. We've had to cut all of that back because food bank is what we do now. We used to have a lounge on our first floor. Now it's all refrigerators and food bank orders. We've reconfigured our space. We've brought in more volunteers and we've formed new partnerships. But all our efforts are not enough because the wait times for appointments keep growing. And we're operating beyond our capacity. Every day, we're faced with a hard truth that we don't have enough funds to supply sufficient quantities of nutritious food or extend our hours to adequately serve our clients. The Ottawa Food Bank has already reduced the amount of food that they supply to us. And now another food bank, another cut will be coming in January, a 50% cut. I mean, people are waiting 5 weeks. Are they going to wait 10 weeks for a food bank appointment? These are people with no food in their cupboards. They've exhausted all other resources. These cuts will force us to either further reduce the quality and quantity of the food that we provide or extend the already lengthy wait times for clients. This is not just a food security issue, it's a social crisis. Small organizations like ours are drowning in demand, and we can't solve this alone. We need urgent action from all levels of government. We need community-based food solutions, and we need to prevent widespread hunger.
Yolanda, you're at the end of your time, Madame. Are you able to wrap it up in like 5 seconds? Or because we also have a question for you.
Okay. So expecting small organizations like us to handle the hunger crisis is like asking a lifeboat to save a sinking ship. I urge the city to establish an emergency bridge fund for $6 million over 3 years to support food security sector in Ottawa. We need this to buy food, support staffing, infrastructure, and operational costs. Please take immediate steps so that no one in Ottawa goes hungry.
Okay. We have a question from Councillor Johnson, who is virtual, so you'll be able to hear in a moment. Councillor Johnson, the floor is yours.
Hi, Yolanda. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your, extremely passionate delegation today. I think we can hear from many of the individuals who are in this position that it's deeply personal, and the feeling of personal and professional failure. I don't mean to put that on you, Yolanda. I do know Yolanda, by the way. It's not just me putting words in your mouth, but I know how to not be able to meet the needs of your clients when they need you is a burden that, individuals should not be bearing when they're in a caring community. And so I just want to appreciate all of the delegations that have really bared their souls today. I've been to your Canada Day, Multicultural Canada Day celebration several years now, and it's a really exciting, dynamic opportunity for residents to share food with one another. And I've always been really blown away by the outpouring of potluck, the multicultural food and that kind of thing. Are there still opportunities for residents to do that kind of sharing in their community at other times of the year? Or do you find that those social connections are what is kind of falling by the wayside as you're delivering this emergency support?
It's a struggle to continue those types of programs. I'm not prepared to give them up entirely, but it does mean it's such a struggle to keep them going. We had to do away with our Eid celebration this year because we didn't have enough space. We used to have more space because our whole lounge area was all benches, and it was very comfortable environment with always food, coffee available for people, and those spaces have now become completely occupied by food bank. And right now we have, wall to ceiling menstrual products because we're holding on to them. We got them and they cost so much money. And so we want to be able to give them out to people. So our spaces are literally being transformed. And those were our community gathering places. So when Eid happens during the winter months and we're not able to celebrate outside, it's very, very hard to have a lot of those community gatherings. And we used to have a lot of community brunches too, inviting people and agency partners to come and talk about opportunities for our tenants. Those can't happen anymore because we're so busy operating our food bank. It's taking all of our resources.
And could you describe for this committee some of the staffing pressures that you've been under over the last 2 years? I know that you've had needs that have greatly outpaced your ability to hire staff.
Yes, what's really difficult is we're operating always in extremely short-term basis. So we can't hire people for a long-term and offer them, quality hours. So, it's 3 hours here, 5 hours here, and it's, coming to the end in 2 months. And I don't know if there's going to be any funding that's going to happen after that. I'm sorry. And so people are, working second jobs and third jobs, and they have kids and they're going to school, and it's very, very hard to maintain staff because they're always looking for something else. We can't promise them anything. And so with a program like ours that depends so much on building relationships, building trusting relationships with the community, like with the kids that we see in our after school programs to the people that are coming to our food bank. We give them food, but then when they're encountering problems, they come to us. So those relationships are so essential. If the staff are turning over all of the time, that is so hard for us to develop these relationships. And a lot of the time, I'm upstairs now constantly plugging away, desperately trying to get funds through applying for grants and what have you. And so the people that are at the front door are often untrained volunteers that have just been plopped into that situation, and they're faced with incredibly difficult questions at the front door, people that are desperately needing help, and they don't know how to answer those questions right away. It takes a lot of time to understand all of our partners, all of the resources that are available to them.
Thank you. Yeah, so one of the things that I'm very interested in with this poverty reduction strategy is, and I think they have done a nice job in the back of the report to outline the intersections of the strategic pillars with other pieces of existing work. I think it will be very much of interest for this committee to understand how we ensure that resources can go as far as they are needed. So when you're describing exactly this, these mental health pieces, this focus on youth and, disadvantaged or marginalized youth that are looking for additional supports, there's pieces of that come up, in our ECDEV report at the FinCorp, it comes up, and the anti-racist strategy. How are we going to make sure that instead of trying to duplicate efforts and ask for, funds that greatly exceed what we have, making sure that coordination is really appropriately designed. But of course, coordination does require funding, and it is the backbone that is invisible to a lot of people. And that ends up being one of the tensions, right? So those will be some of the questions that I ask when we get to the staff questions. But I really appreciate everything that you do. I can see the pain. I can hear it. I see you and I hear you, and the desperation that we're feeling right now. So I appreciate you taking the time to, come and have us bear witness to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you very much for being here, Yolanda. I would like to invite Henry Akanko from the United Way East Ontario to come speak. Following Henry, we'll have Janet Burrows and Jonathan Rothschild. Henry, welcome. You'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, council members. My name is Henry Akanko. I'm the Director for Community Initiatives and High Immigrants Ottawa at United Way East Ontario. On behalf of United Way, I'm pleased to present our submission in strong support of the City of Ottawa's poverty reduction strategy for 2025-2029. As an organization deeply committed to addressing poverty, we recognize the importance of a coordinated collective impact approach to elevating poverty and its systemic roots in our community. United Way East Ontario has long collaborated with diverse stakeholders to tackle poverty, focusing on economic inclusivity, employment, and other social determinants of health. We firmly believe that the city's new strategy aligns with our values and goals. Poverty remains a critical challenge in Ottawa. The city's data shows that nearly 1/4 of residents are experiencing financial insecurity, which has worsened due to rising cost of living and other pressures. United Way East Ontario fully endorses the collective impact approach detailed in the poverty reduction strategy, which emphasizes collaboration across sectors, centering lived experience, and addresses systemic barriers to economic equity. The strategy's commitment to food security, employment, financial empowerment, and equitable access to services speaks to the urgent needs of the most vulnerable populations. The strategy's guiding principles include intersectionality, trauma-informed approaches, and Indigenous rights are essential in recognizing the unique challenges faced by marginalized groups. We particularly appreciate integration of a gender and race lens in the city's efforts to dismantle barriers for Black, Indigenous, and racialized communities. By embedding these principles into policy and program development, the strategy ensures that all residents, regardless of background, have an equitable chance to thrive. The 5 pillars of the strategy, food security, employment, financial security, economic development, and integrated pathways, mirror United Way's priorities. We have long advocated for and supported equitable access to nutritious food, secure employment, and wraparound services for people experiencing poverty. Our initiatives such as High Immigrants Ottawa, the Employment Accessibility Resource Network, and Community Wealth Building seek to create economic opportunities for vulnerable populations, particularly racialized individuals and newcomers. The city's plan to expand social procurement and entrepreneurship opportunities for marginalized groups aligns directly with our work in promoting economic empowerment. The integration of community wealth building approach into the strategy will help maximize existing assets and retain wealth within the community, especially during the time of constrained resources. Additionally, United Way East Ontario has extensive experience in collective impact initiatives across a range of issues and a history of supporting wraparound services through partnerships with community resource centers and health hubs. The strategy is focused on creating accessible, integrated service hubs throughout Ottawa, including rural areas, would enable us to continue to work in tandem with the city to deliver essential support to those in need. The strategy's success depends on the continued collaboration between community organizations, government bodies, and private stakeholders. United Way East Ontario is ready to deepen our partnership with the City of Ottawa and other actors involved in implementing the poverty reduction strategy. We believe that through shared governance, transparent communication, and ongoing evaluation, we can ensure that the strategy's ambitious goals are met. Furthermore, the strategy's phased implementation, including a mid-year review in 2027 and the adoption of new priorities by 2030, provides clear framework for accountability. United Way East Ontario is committed to supporting the monitoring evaluation process outlined in the plan to ensure that tangible progress is met is made and adjustments are informed by real-time data and community feedback. In conclusion, United Way East Ontario is fully supportive of the City of Ottawa's poverty reduction strategy. We believe that the strategy is a vital step towards creating a more equitable and prosperous Ottawa, where all residents have the resources they need to meet their basic needs and achieve their full potential. We urge the Community Services Committee and Council to approve this strategy and commit the necessary resources for its successful implementation. Together, we can break the cycles of poverty and build a brighter future for everyone in our city. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for being here today, Henry. We have a question for you from Councillor Plante.
Hi, we spoke a bit earlier about sort of the prevention aspect of, and getting support from higher levels, but I just wanted to thank the United Way. I'm not sure if you're aware, you guys helped make some of the down payment for the Ottawa Community Land Trust to purchase a property on Brant Street in Vanier, and that saved 8 families from getting evicted, and they get to keep their affordable rents. So a bit of an aside from the conversation today, but I just wanted to thank you for that because that's going to go a long way. Merci.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor King.
Thank you so much, Chair. And I also wanted to commend the United Way for its excellent work around community wealth building. I think we just heard from Councillor Plante the impact of community wealth building, ensuring that we invest in community economic development that is sustainable and that permanently keeps resources within the community through enterprises that are local, democratic, and inclusive. And I know that that is a driving vision of the United Way. So I really wanted to thank you for that, as well as for your work around social procurement. And I'd love to acknowledge the chair of this committee in the last term, who ensured that we focused on social procurement as a way forward in terms of our economic development policies. I know that that's a huge factor in terms of what United Way is looking at and investing in. So I really just want to thank you for all of those supports to ensure that community wealth builds enterprises within the community, such as social enterprises, cooperatives, and community land trusts, as Councillor Plante was talking about, and ensure that those are within the ecosystem of the city in terms of building real wealth for communities. So thank you for that.
Madam Chair, if I might add something in response to the comment I just made, actually both comments. We are very excited about this new strategy and the alignment with the work that we are leading, which are very similar to the processes that evolve this policy, working with community stakeholders in the community wealth building ecosystem to evolve a Made in Ottawa framework that supports the work we are doing, that links the various silos that we've been operating in to make sure that those interconnectedness yields the type of benefits that we are looking for. And in this respect, we will continue to advocate for policy adoption at City Hall as well, both in terms of advancing this work. We are happy that we have a social procurement policy. A community benefits agreement policy is one of the next ones that we would want to see happen that can help us target the vulnerable populations with some of the programs that we have and how not only City Hall spends money, but other anchor institutions within our city, like the hospitals, the post-secondary institutions, who have large spending budgets. And if we can keep this money in our city, we can patronize products by local vendors and diverse owned businesses, then we will be doing a lot in disrupting poverty in our city.
Thank you very much, Councillor King. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Chair. I sit on the board for United Way, and it's very excited to see the energy that is in the organization, especially with some of the recent internal changes in that vigor in staff to try to drive more of these initiatives to increase their community impact in every area possible. I want to take an opportunity to maybe take some airtime and plug something that they're doing for the month of November. Novemberger is an initiative by with the United Way in conjunction with several local restaurants across the city, where $2 from each of their Novemberger sold will go towards initiatives supporting those most in need. And it's creative solutions like these that that energy that staff at United Way have sort of come up with only recently, and I hope to I hope that we see more creative initiatives like these in partnership with community organizations and businesses, and hopefully further down the road we can continue helping support your mandate, which helps support the city as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I might also add to that, it's a Small Business Week. As part of our community wealth building is encouraging people to buy local. So please consider your local vendors in your shop this week.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you very much, Henry. I also had sat previously on the board with the United Way East Ontario, and it was during the pandemic, and I recall what a phenomenal leadership role the organization took in making sure that the voices of the many were being heard and supported through that very difficult circumstance. So thank you for all the work you've done and the work you will be doing, and we very much appreciate your delegation today. I would thank you. I would like to invite Janet Burrows to come speak. Just, I had mentioned that Jonathan Rothschild would be afterwards. Slight change, Alex Noro, who is here, had been accidentally left off the list. So Alex will come after Janet, just so everyone is aware. So Janet, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, councillors, and thank you for creating the opportunity to speak at the Community Service Committee. My name is Janet Burrows. I'm a resident of the West End, and my councillor is Councillor Sean Devine. I volunteer at the Parkdale Food Centre, and I'm here to support the Coalition of Community Health and Resource Centres and asking the city to fund poverty reduction workers. I'm someone who's lived with limited income, which means that I don't have as many choices as if someone that had more income. It means that I have to access food banks, food centers. It means that I live with less autonomy. I support the idea of funding poverty reduction workers because they give people a starting point to gain stability in their lives. It's a beginning start to address some of the barriers of living in poverty. I have a personal story to share to illustrate this point. Several years ago, I was 8 years behind in filing my taxes. I didn't file for so long because of poor mental health and physical health issues, and I was finishing my undergraduate degree at Carleton University in social work. I had low money, I was working part-time, and it was a day-to-day struggle. I have had some utility debts, maxed out my credit card, and I was in debt at all angles. I was couch surfing and living in rooming houses because I didn't have the income to pay for rent. The challenging of living in poverty is it's easy to feel emotionally overwhelmed most of the choices that you have to make. You have to pay your housing. Then you have to pay your food, which was really limited. Then I started having those struggles. I wanted to avoid paying taxes for a few reasons. One thing, it's hard to initiate things when you're in poor mental health state. I was thinking of the process of how to get it all done, where to start to file. It added to the challenge of not knowing up where you're going to end up, whether you were going to owe money or not. It just was too overwhelming. Sorry. Of course, I was really struggling financially, so I didn't have any taxes to pay. I only got benefits from filing taxes, and I avoided it all the same. When I finally did my taxes, I ended up with a lump sum of $8,000 in back taxes, and I got a lump sum, which I paid off my loans with it and put the remainder in an account. It wasn't really that much. Once I did my taxes, I was able to get a housing subsidy. I moved from to a one-bedroom apartment with the Ottawa Community Housing Project. I was able to get a part-time job, and things started to change. I finally got stability. This change came really small, but I got my taxes done and I got some benefits. And it gave me the stability that I needed to start to look for other things. I started being able to have a bit more steady control over my life. By means steady income, I was able to afford housing. I could start planning for work. I finished my graduate studies at my BSW at Carleton, and now I volunteer with the Parkdale Food Center. It started coming together because when I was insecure, I had a restricted diet, a medical issues, so Parkdale was the best food bank for me. And they were doing something really creative. They were doing social prescribing to help people address their issues. Now I'm involved with the Advocacy in Motion project as a community advocate. I asked to shed light on the issue as a volunteer at Parkdale. I participated in the process of developing poverty reduction strategy. I started providing feedback, and it was supportive and I'm in the support of the income tax clinics. I support the idea of poverty reduction workers being part of community service hubs because having social hubs where people can access services under one roof is helpful. Wraparound supports are important. People associating not doing your taxes being judged. Why are you doing your taxes? What's wrong with you? If poverty reduction workers were stationed in social services in hubs, it would simplify the whole experience and easier to access, to knowing where to go. Overall, I feel frustration and anxiety about accessing services, not knowing what I'm walking into. If you have to go to different places for different things and you start the whole process again and again, it's challenging. It would be nice if there was a spot where people could get their income taxes done while accessing other services. These workers could go out to reach places like the Catherine Street Hub. Thank you for your time and giving me the chance to provide a personal story to illustrate my involvement with the Coalition Health Resource Centers and asking the city to fund poverty reduction workers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Janet. We do have some questions for you. Councillor Troster.
Hi, Janet. Thanks for being here. And hi, Andrea. I know you well. So I want to thank you for your delegation. One of the #1 sources of housing loss that we see in my office are folks who are unable to do their taxes for whatever reason. Then they lose their housing subsidy and then they lose their housing. So there have been numerous cases where someone, unbeknownst to them, suddenly in arrears $40,000 or $50,000, and it happens because the rent used to be taken at source and deducted from social assistance payments. And then when they don't do their taxes, the subsidy gets rolled back and suddenly they end up in debt and they lose their housing. And my office intervened directly in several cases to help make sure that folks were able to get their taxes up to date and therefore reclaim their subsidy. But there's so many reasons why people don't do their taxes: trauma, lack of access to the skills needed, et cetera, et cetera. My question for you and also for Andrea is, so there is a modest proposal in this, the recommendations associated with the strategy to provide $150,000 in funding to help with tax clinics for low-income folks. Andrea, I know that the organization you represent has a different ask, a much more robust one. I'm wondering if you could share with us, first of all, what you think of this proposal to put forward $150,000 and how it compares to what the organization you work for is advocating for.
Thank you for the question. We're supportive of, any amount of funding that we can put towards this program because we think it will be a huge value for people who are living in poverty. That's the group that we would be serving, is people living in poverty. In terms of the asks that we have, we've scaled them. So we've got a $900,000 ask where we can reach, I believe, 6,000 people. We've got a $1.8 million ask where we can reach a larger group of people. And then we've got a $3 million ask where we can reach 13,500 people. So certainly any investment is welcome. Any investment will help.
And also these other investments will allow us to have a much greater return on investment. And what's great is that we have CRA data to show us the impact of the services. So we're not making it up. We'll be able to see in the CRA data that we've served this number of people and that people living in poverty will have this amount of money in their pockets.
Yeah, and for the other members of this committee who are sitting around the table, so these are federal and provincial dollars that people are entitled to that they're not accessing right now because they're unable to do their taxes. So when we talk about the downloading that happens on cities, if somebody loses their housing because they lose access to social assistance or to disability payments, we end up housing them in shelter. So Andrea, I know that your organization has sort of an estimate of like how many dollars are being left on the table right now, like what an economic impact it could make to more robustly fund these income tax clinics. Do you mind sharing?
Sure. We know that currently only 20% of people who are living in poverty are accessing community income tax clinics. So that means that there's a large number of them who are either doing taxes by them on their own, maybe they're going to H&R Block, but a large number of them are also just have others that are going to speak to this as well throughout the delegations. But we know that if we were to serve 13,500 people, we would bring $72 million back into the local economy, because per income tax return, we know that it's $5,000 to $6,000 on average per return for people living in poverty.
Okay, thank you. My final question though is, I mean, these are federal taxes and provincial taxes. Why do you think this is something the city should fund? Because typically the CRA has funded some of these things. Why do you think it's urgent for the city to fill this need specifically from our own budget?
Well, the opportunity for the city, there's a couple of opportunities. One is in the savings with municipal services, like was already discussed. We know that 37% of people who lost their housing subsidy in 2023 through Ottawa Community Housing lost it because they hadn't done their taxes. So that's a huge impact in terms of the number of people who are 580 people who are then, unstably housed, and many of them probably end up homeless. So that having to support them in that context is far more expensive, and it's a huge cost personally for all those people. And also in terms of, when people get this money to survive, they're spending it in corner stores, they're spending it at grocery stores, on transit. So this is money that goes directly back into the local economy. So there's those two benefits for us. There's getting those federal and provincial dollars into the municipal economy, and then also saving municipal dollars by not having to support people through bylaw, through policing, through shelters, and the rest of it.
Thank you very much. Thanks to both of you.
Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. I'm a big fan of investing in this proposal. I think it's a way to make significant change and assisting the most vulnerable. One thing you mentioned, Andrea, the people that need access to the service. Quite often we find that people that are living under the poverty line who've not completed their taxes have much more complex income tax returns than somebody such as myself, that 2 government earners, a couple kids in university for some credits. It's pretty easy for me to plug the numbers in. Can you speak a little bit about that complexity and the services that can be offered in this program where you're helping provide?
Yes, absolutely. So, because we're working with people who are living in poverty, some of them are newcomers, let's say. They may not have documentation. There may be translation barriers. There may be a need to translate for folks. There's, challenges around even booking appointments can be difficult, because if people don't have telephones, it involves a lot of work to bring people in, and just reaching people who may struggle to trust the system, who may not be comfortable doing their taxes, or who are facing challenges like the ones that Janet discussed. All of this requires a strong relationship with people and connections to organizations where we can partner in delivering the service. And also it requires that, we have those wraparound supports. So when people are accessing various different, the income tax program, they can access various different services at the same time. We're going to continue to we have several deputations today that are going to continue to explore all of these issues as well.
Okay, thanks. I kind of have a random question. I like to look up data, facts, figures, that sort of stuff. And when I looked at the volunteer tax returns that CRA is completing, and you look at the breakdown per province. So Ontario has 40% of Canada's population, more or less. But only 30% in Ontario, only 30% of the tax returns that are done by CRA, through the volunteer program, are done in Ontario. Do you have any idea why that would be? Are other provinces investing more in this? I know it's kind of a random question and you might not have the answer to it, but it really struck me as why it was why Ontario is such an outlier.
That's a great question. And we have Jonathan Rothschild coming up after me, and he's a real expert about CVITP. He may know the answer. I don't know the answer, but I know that this is something that, it behooves us to do this, because it really is this is our best poverty reduction tool that we have, other than OW, ODSP. There's nothing else that will reduce poverty in terms of the tools in our toolbox, the way that the CVITP program can.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you. And of course, I work in the Heron Road Community Center. I see new arrivals coming in, people that are trying to do their paperwork, get them settled up so that they can get benefits. I've seen the impact all over the place. I think it's a great opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor King.
Thank you so much. And I really just wanted to express appreciation to the coalition for bringing forward this proposal. I think it is a powerful one. I think we've heard that from some of my colleagues today, that this is the best way to really inject dollars into the hands of people who need them now. And I also appreciate the work that many members of the coalition have undertaken in terms of tax filing. I know that there are some organizations that are dedicated to ensuring financial stability for lower income people in our city who are doing that work, but I know that there are many community resource centers and community health and resource centers that are doing this on the side of their desk. And that's why it's important for us to have this type of investment that formalizes support for an initiative that would result in an immediate cash injection to people who require it the most. And I also really appreciated the delegation talking about the need for social hubs, social services hubs. I know that one of the things that brings me pride and joy in Rideau Rockcliffe, and I know that the chair went on a tour with me to the Rideau Community Hub, where multiple organizations are situated together. So not only are you able to access the Community Resource Center, you're also able to access services, Indigenous services, newcomer services, educational services. That is a very successful model, and I would hope to see it actually be transplanted to multiple places throughout the city, because I think it's very powerful to not only for the clients who come into access to services, but it also creates a wonderful milieu for everybody who works in the hub to share experiences and connections. So thank you for the very powerful delegation, and thank you for the very powerful proposal. It's much appreciated. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you so much for your delegation. If I can invite Alex Nareau. And then following Alex, we'll have Jonathan Rothschild. Just so everyone is aware, we are not quite halfway. We're going to go through a couple more folks, and then I'm going to call for a break, because I think staff could use a break and everybody could use a bit of a moment to stretch. So we'll go through until we hit the halfway mark. So if anyone who's in the delegation, group of delegations wants to stretch their legs now, feel free, just so everybody has a heads up. Alex, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, councillors and committee members. My name is Alex Nareau, and I'm here on behalf of the Ottawa Food Bank. We represent a network of 71 member agencies and 98 food programs across the city, working every day to support individuals and families experiencing food insecurity. Today, we're here to talk about the crisis level of food insecurity in Ottawa. This is an opportunity to officially put it on the record. Our sector is in crisis, and we urgently need your support. We're asking you to approve and fund the poverty reduction strategy with a critical focus on the food security pillar. While we were glad to see food security as a priority in the strategy, particularly on page 39, where it calls for increased funding to tackle the growing food insecurity in Ottawa. There's a glaring issue. There is no budget allocation for this yet. Our sector wants to know, when will that funding come? This is not a problem of the future, it's happening right now. 1 in 4 households in Ottawa are struggling with food insecurity, compared to 1 in 7 just last year. Community food banks in our network are stretched so thin that 40% are turning people away. We've seen a staggering 90% increase in food bank visits to our network since 2019, and we simply cannot keep up with the demand. As things stand, the Ottawa Food Bank will have to reduce the amount of food we distribute starting in January of 2025. Without immediate new funding, we'll be forced to cut back at a time when more and more people are coming through the doors of our network. But this crisis is about so much more than just food. It's about the health and stability of our entire community. When people can't afford food, it affects their ability to work, to study, and to live with dignity. Food insecurity puts a strain on every part of the city, from shelters and social services to healthcare. We're hearing from shelters, children's programs, and even the police that food insecurity is becoming the biggest barrier to addressing other urgent needs in our community. None of the important work on poverty reduction can succeed unless people's most basic needs are met. We chose to speak to you today and to rally outside because we believe that the City of Ottawa can lead the way on this issue. The poverty reduction strategy identifies essential actions to address food insecurity, like ensuring access to nutritious, culturally appropriate food and supporting the organizations that are on the front lines. But none of this can happen without funding. This is why we're urgently asking you to approve the poverty reduction strategy and commit to funding the food security pillar in the 2025 budget. Ottawa needs action now. This is not just about feeding people today, it's about preventing an even deeper crisis tomorrow. Our network is doing everything we can, but we need your support. We also need the city to join us in advocating to all levels of government to fix the policies that have brought us to this point. Thank you for your time, and we hope you'll stand with us and take real immediate action on food insecurity.
Thank you very much, Alex. There is a question for you from Councillor Troster.
Hi, Alex, and hi, Rachel. Thanks for being here. Again, I will quote Rachel when she said that the answer to food insecurity is not more food, and here we are asking for more money, primarily for food, and I understand why, because we're in an emergency situation. I was just messaging with my staff saying I really wish that federal and provincial representatives were here or listening to this incredibly heartbreaking conversation. So the need for an emergency injection of cash is well understood. Thank you for your advocacy. But my question is, you know, I hate to see food banks expanding. I want to see you close because people aren't hungry anymore. And I would just be very interested to hear from you what you think we would realistically need to do, and it doesn't just have to be the city, to decrease your demand so that one day some of these food banks can actually close their doors, because we all knew food banks were started as an emergency stopgap solution, and now they become necessary institutions in every community across the city.
We realize that food banks were, like you said, created as a temporary solution. We don't feel like the root causes of food insecurity and poverty are fully addressed by people accessing the emergency food supports that they require. However, we do exist to meet that need because it has grown so much. It has literally inflated from 2019 to now, 90% increase in food bank visits. It's unfathomable what this network has grown to accommodate. We advocate collectively with provincial partners and federal partners at those levels of government to really tackle the root causes of poverty. So going after things that address income security and increased income supports, social assistance rates and social assistance programs really need to be revised to adequately reflect the lived realities of people today. But yeah, I would say that taking this multi-sectoral approach and community-led approach together in addressing the issues around poverty and those affected by food insecurity is really the way that we can work to, ending chronic food insecurity in our city and having a more holistic community-based response when it does happen. And hopefully it's more episodic than it is chronic.
Thanks, I appreciate that. I'm reminded of a fairly radical strategy that I believe it was the Ontario Coalition Against Poverty employed about 10 or 15 years ago, where they discovered an initial loophole in social assistance rates for a special diet allowance. And they got doctors from across the province to prescribe the special diet allowance en masse because they said, you know, hunger undermines people's health. Everyone should have this, right? And it was sort of a backdoor way of trying to increase social assistance rates. The province, you know, the government eventually cracked down. But I mean, it just goes to show that like we were having this conversation 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and here we are now. Do you have a sense of how much those rates would realistically need to rise for people to not need a food bank? Do you have any sort, like what is your current ask of the provincial government?
Together with our provincial counterparts at Feed Ontario, we were going after, I believe it was $2,000 a month, so kind of being benchmark at what the CERB looked like in 2020 and indexing that to inflation. I think we're feeling a little bit hopeless that we will not see those increases reflected in a timely manner to address the needs of people affected by food insecurity in time. So we're really calling on the municipality to rally with us and stand with us in advocating for those solutions.
Thank you. And it's true, it was a real eye-opening moment for people living on disability and social assistance to see that the minimum that the federal government thought that people needed to live on was $2,000 a month during the pandemic for folks who were employed, right? But meanwhile, people living in poverty didn't see that increase, and they don't see it now. So
exactly.
Yeah.
And even to add to that, I think that, you know, across the sector, we really did notice that the reliance on food banks and food bank visits actually declined when people were receiving those income supports that they needed from the province. So it's very telling. And I think with things like, you know, the upcoming Canada Disability Benefit, there's opportunity there through regulation to make sure that people are well supported and ensure that we can also look at the disability tax credit, really opening up eligibility so that folks are not left without the supports that they require.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Councillor Troster. Thank you very much for your delegation, Alex and Rachel. If I can invite Jonathan Rothschild.
Thank you for offering me the opportunity to speak with you. I'm a volunteer in the CVITP, or the Community Volunteer Income Tax Program. Before I retired, I worked as an economist at the Department of Finance and at the World Bank. For the past 6 years of my retirement, I've volunteered with 3 community-based organizations. Each year, I help about 200 people to file up to 260 income tax and benefit returns, as some people also have returns from prior years that they have not filed. I also write a bilingual blog on the CVITP. CVITP is a partnership between the Canada Revenue Agency, which has administered this program for the past 52 years, volunteers who are certified by the Canada Revenue Agency to prepare and file returns, and community-based organizations that organize clinics where volunteers can meet people on low and modest incomes to prepare their returns. Why do I support the Coalition's request for funding from the City of Ottawa? There are many reasons, but I will focus on what are for me the 2 most important ones. The first is that it holds the promise of providing the service throughout the year. Of the 90 community-based organizations that host CVITP clinics in the Greater Ottawa area, almost none offers this service outside of the March-April period. This is because they don't have the funding to do it. In fact, most don't have the funding to do it in March or April either. But someone usually takes on the role of clinic coordinator as an additional but temporary function, meaning they set aside their regular work to do this. Most people cannot get this service at any other time of the year. Yet there are many people who do not file a return in the March-April period. Why? Demand for the service at that time outstrips the number of appointments available. So some get turned away from free clinics where all are booked up. Others forget to do it. It's only when their benefits stop in July that they realize they need to file a return. Still others who have not filed in many years or who have never filed a return only learn of the service in the off-season period. Many volunteers like me are ready to file returns throughout the year, but we need someone in a community-based organization to connect us with the people who walk through their doors looking for this service. This is what the poverty reduction worker would do both in the peak and the off-season. The second reason is that this proposal holds the promise of resolving complicated financial issues that many clients present me and others with. Last year, I filed 10 years of returns for a client, and in turn, they got back $19,000 from the CRA. But this is not a service consistently offered to all residents. Most organizations do not do prior year returns, meaning that many residents who have not filed past returns end up leaving these funds on the table. My role is limited to filing a client's return. Filing the return is a necessary first step to accessing many federal and provincial benefits designed to reduce poverty, but it is not the only step, and helping clients with these other steps is beyond my role and expertise. The federal and provincial benefit system in Ontario is very fragmented. One must know about the various benefits, many of which have their own complicated application processes. I need someone I can turn to who has the expertise to help my clients get all the poverty reducing benefits to which they're entitled. Let me give you two examples. In the past year, I've helped many newcomer parents file their returns. Either they have permanent resident status when they enter the country, or they get it shortly after their arrival. They're eligible for Canada Child Benefits, as much as $8,000 per child per year tax-free. But the application process is complicated and time-consuming. Their children are also eligible for the Canada Learning Bond, a registered education savings plan designed for low-income families. But I do not have the time nor expertise to help with all the steps needed for these applications. Again, I've helped many seniors to file their returns. In some cases, the CRA has sent them benefit checks by mail that have never been cashed. I had one client with 18 checks totaling more than $4,000 waiting for her, but someone needed to help her with the additional paperwork required to get the CRA to reissue the checks. In other cases, I see they have not applied for old age security, or that they also need to apply for the guaranteed income supplement. In many cases, I found out they are not signed up for the Canada Dental Care Plan. Someone needs to help them with those application processes, but I do not have the time nor expertise to take this on as well. Apart from Ontario Works, an ODSP filing return is the most important way to access a host of poverty-reducing benefits. Poverty reduction workers are key to addressing the two challenges of providing year-round service for filing returns and of ensuring that low-income residents get access to all the benefits to which they're entitled, significantly reducing their poverty.
So Jonathan,
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You have perfect timing. I was just going to tell you, you've hit your mark. So I appreciate your delegation. I know the rest of my colleagues do. We do not have questions for you at this time. Oh, hold on. Don't go anywhere, Jonathan. Councillor Carr was a little slow. There on the draw there. Oh, there, she's got her hand up. Okay, wonderful. Councillor Carr.
I was trying to get my headphones off and turn the volume off at the same.
I understand technology.
We know I'm a bit tech challenged.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I had asked the previous speaker about the statistics for Ontario for the CVITP, wondering why, if you had any insight as to why Ontario population is 40% of Canada's population, but only 30% of CVITP clinics are in Ontario. Do you have any insight on that?
Not directly. Unfortunately, the CRA doesn't provide a lot of data to be able to figure this out. I have experienced CVITP programs in other provinces. I visit them regularly and I speak with officials in those areas. I'll give you the example of the City of Calgary. The City of Calgary and the United Way of Calgary provide financial support to a consortium of NGOs specifically to do this work each year. So there are examples throughout the country where other municipalities actually take a very proactive approach for many of the reasons that Andrea has already referred to.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm very supportive of the proposal, and I think it's wonderful, but I was just curious as to where the lack of investment in Ontario was coming from. Thank you very much for your delegation.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. I'm seeing no further questions, so very much appreciate you being here. Our next speaker is Amanda Bonacci from the Southeast Ottawa Community Health Centre. Following Amanda, we will have Asma Boudin and Neil Saravanamuto. After that, we will take our break. So just so everyone is prepared and aware of when we're going to be breaking for a brief lunch. Amanda, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, good day, councillors, city staff, and community members. As you said, I'm Amanda. I'm from Southeast Ottawa Community Health Centre. My role is the Director of Community and Social Services. However, the reason I'm here today is because I've been overseeing the coordination of our Community Volunteer Income Tax Clinic for 5.5 years. And I'm happy to be here today. I know there's already been a lot of discussion and great questions about it. And I'll see what I can add that's not too repetitive here. But just wanted to share our experience and highlight how critical this program is. So today, we are urging the city to help up to 13,500 residents living in poverty access up to $72 million in unclaimed provincial and federal tax credits and benefits. And I know Bill did a really good job of summarizing what those were. So it's not just the number Andrea said, the $5,000 or $6,000 per return, but then once somebody has a return, that's their golden ticket to child tax benefit, old age security, getting housing, keeping their housing. We help so many people from, they get eviction notices if they don't produce a notice of assessment. It's critical. So there's no better program at poverty reduction and no program that puts more money directly into the pockets of low-income residents than Community Volunteer Income Tax Program. And it's got no core funding. The CRA does give us $5 per return, but I'll tell you in a minute why that doesn't come close to covering the costs. And we need to start with getting people, supporting people to get their taxes filed. And at the root of many insecurities, as we've talked about, is poverty. So poverty has the greatest impact on someone's overall health and well-being. And supporting someone to do their taxes puts money into their pocket and helps them access those benefits we talked about. Currently, these clinics are set up off the sides of our desks. This results in limited capacity, and sadly, in our case, within 2 weeks of us opening our phone lines, we are completely booked. I know they say 2 months, but we run 3 months. We're completely booked within 2 weeks. So we turn people away on a daily basis. By phone and face-to-face, and that's incredibly difficult, given that we know some of them are facing evictions. And we do refer them back to 211 and all the other clinics, but all of our community partners, clinics, I mean, this is a dwindling, the capacity across community has diminished over the years. Pre-COVID, we used to be able to, just at our center, support filing 1,500 returns. Now we're down to 700 due to loss of we did get some one-time funding. We had some staff turnover. COVID had a huge impact on people's ability to access and the new systems we needed to put in place as well. So having someone's support to file taxes is the easy part, as Jonathan was talking about. But creating enough capacity is our biggest challenge on a day-to-day basis. The second is all the other barriers that clients face to access income tax clinics and also get their taxes filed and supporting them to apply for all the other benefits. So we talked about it, translation, helping them if they're a newcomer, apply for ID, getting transportation. If they don't have a phone, it's just setting up an appointment. So the filing of the return averages 30 minutes, but all those other pieces start at a minimum of about 2.5 hours. And that needs to be done by paid staff, and currently nobody's funded to do that. So it's all coming out of other processes. I see I have 30 seconds left. But community health centers with our strong ties, comprehensive support, and citywide reach are uniquely positioned to help people who are living in poverty to access this. We see it, and when we do income tax clinics right now, we see 30% increase in our wait lists during income tax season because we've got to pull some resources out of other things to make it happen. We see our waits for social services go up, and we need to hire other relief staff for days that volunteers are unable to come or clients reschedule.
Thank you, Amanda. You've hit your time, but I do see there's questions for you. So I'm sure you can elaborate a little bit more on the pieces that you missed.
Yes.
Your first question is from Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Hi, Amanda. Nice to see you. Thank you for coming out today. I just have a small question. One thing that I've really noticed as a councillor is when people contact my office, contact me about their social service needs, their concerns, they often come to the municipal council because we're an approachable level of government. I'd like to think I'm approachable. But oftentimes I find that people have a significant amount of anxiety when I try to walk them through sort of what needs to be done. And oftentimes when we have people who looking for housing aren't able to qualify because they don't have their taxes done, they have a fear of doing those taxes. They have a fear of government. And is this something that you've experienced with respect to the clinics and helping people?
Absolutely, yes. And there's a lot of layers there. And I think it's a great question. It's something we experience. It's trust in government. It's trust in, a lot of people are facing a lot of barriers. And although they know there's a possibility and a very good likelihood they'll get a return, get money back, there's a very small part of them that knows there's a small chance I have to pay taxes, and there's no way. People, we've heard all of the food struggles that take place. We've heard about the poverty people are facing. So there is a risk of that, and not to mention the administrative effort to not just file your taxes, apply for benefits. If you don't speak English or French, if you don't have childcare, don't have transport, it goes on and on. So I think the anxiety could be any or all of those factors.
Yeah, thanks very much for speaking to that, because I do find it's a big factor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Vice Chair Bradley.
Thank you so much, Amanda, for your delegation today. I think many of my colleagues around this table are interested in the scaling up of income tax clinics, because it's rare that we see a program that has such a high return on investment, like $72 million of unlocked federal and provincial funding. So that is exciting. In the staff report of the poverty reduction strategy, they're recommending $150,000 to help with coordination efforts for tax clinics. Can you maybe speak what your expectations are of how that will support these initiatives?
The expectations and I want to make sure the 72 million that I quoted is for a $3 million investment, just so that people know that 150,000 won't yield the same. It's all scalable, and we appreciate any and all investments from any and all levels of government. But in terms of what that would be, some people today have spoken about poverty reduction workers. And I didn't get to speak to it because I had a lot to say, but it's really, as community health centers, we are woven into communities. So it could be a poverty reduction worker situated in a food bank, situated in a community health hub, partnered in an OCH building to do pop-up clinics where people are living and working and already accessing supports. So those poverty reduction workers would be there presently to prioritize and file people's returns, support them through the application process of the credits and benefits that they're eligible for, but also be well-connected. Just being present in those well-connected community spaces can provide them access or system navigation to other supports like food, like housing, like all the other pieces that they might wish to connect with.
Okay, thank you for that. And I suspect at budget time, you'll be coming forward with the proposal in which we'll see what $3 million investment would get us. But you talked about right now supporting people in filing their taxes, but that there's a lot of barriers. So are you thinking that in order to enhance this program, you need more than just, more people helping filing taxes, but it was coordination? Could you just elaborate on what that means?
Of course, yeah, the coordination piece is huge. We've got, like I said before, we've got to schedule appointments, hire volunteers, train them, put poverty reduction workers in place, create those partnerships with agencies. Absolutely, there's a coordination piece. I just want to make sure I answer both parts of the question, but that's what the coordination piece would look like. And then the poverty reduction workers would actually be filing the returns. But community health and resource centers, we have, translation services, and we hire and build community champions who identify with the community, so speak the language, our neighbors, friends, and residents and champions of their neighbors. So that's a great tool that we have that can help to address those barriers and eliminate them altogether in some cases.
And is the goal for year-round support?
Yes, we do tend to see during income tax season, that is the crux. That's sort of when tax filing happens, but you've heard other speakers talk about in Janet's delegation. Many people show up and haven't done their taxes in many years. So, or there's follow-up, I didn't get to talk about it, but follow-up with the CRA is administratively heavy, requires forms and support. So all of those pieces can be done outside of sort of the tax, what we traditionally think of as the tax season. And there's all those applications to social benefits, electricity subsidies, all those programs that are out there that people have barriers to accessing it, where money's left on the table. That would be what would happen throughout the rest of the year.
Thank you so much for coming in today. I'm looking forward to seeing the full proposal at budget time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Thank you for being here, Amanda. I'd now like to invite Asma Boudin. Welcome, Asma. Once you get settled, we'll still start the timer for 5 minutes.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je m'appelle Boudhan Asma. Je travaille autant que conseillère budgétaire au sein du Centre d'éducation financière EBO, aussi connu sous le nom de Entraide budgétaire Ontario. Ce centre est reconnu pour être le seul organisme qui bénéficie d'un financement qui lui permet de fournir un service d'impôt tout au long de l'année et pas uniquement dans la saison d'impôt. Nous avons même la capacité d'effectuer des déclarations pour des années antérieures. On peut aller jusqu'à 10 ans en arrière. Du coup, aujourd'hui, je souhaite partager avec vous mon expérience dans le domaine communautaire, mon expérience personnelle et aussi professionnelle, autant que nouvelle arrivante ici au Canada, puis comme bénévole au sein du centre communautaire Little et ensuite autant que conseillère au centre EBO. Je suis arrivée au Canada en octobre 2023 et comme beaucoup de nouveaux arrivants, il y avait beaucoup de défis, notamment trouver un emploi, mais aussi savoir mes obligations et mes droits, notamment en ce qui concerne les déclarations d'impôts. Pour être honnête, j'avais demandé concernant les impôts, puisque c'était c'était nouveau pour moi. Et ce que j'ai eu au retour, c'est que les gens me disaient ne déclare pas tes taxes parce que l'Agence de revenus du Canada va te demander de rembourser. Du coup, j'étais furieuse. J'ai laissé tomber les taxes et je me suis focus sur trouver un emploi. J'avais l'opportunité de faire du bénévolat dans le centre communautaire Rideau Life, mais c'était aussi dans la déclaration d'impôt. C'était la saison d'impôt. Du coup, là, j'ai su la vérité qu'en déclarant les taxes, on avait des bénéfices de retour et on ne devait pas payer. Du coup, là, en tant que bénévole, j'ai aidé les clients à déclarer les taxes, à avoir accès à leurs bénéfices, la TPS, Trillium, Canada Carbone. Et puis aussi, j'ai transmis la vérité parce qu'on recevait beaucoup de nouveaux arrivants qui avaient la même idée que j'avais au début. Du coup, c'était l'occasion d'expliquer aux gens pourquoi on faisait les taxes. Et puis là, je me rappelle qu'il y avait beaucoup de barrières, il y avait beaucoup d'obstacles, notamment on recevait des gens qui n'avaient pas leurs documents pour déclarer les taxes. des personnes âgées qui ont oublié leur info pour accéder à leur compte ARC. Là, je ne savais pas que ça existait d'autres moyens. On référait les gens et disent que appeler l'ARC, ils vont vous dire ce qu'il faut faire, mais là, la liste file d'attente, là, au téléphone, c'était interminable. Et puis, en travaillant à EBO, j'ai appris que nous pouvions aider nos clients à accéder à leur compte ARC, même s'ils avaient oublié les infos, même s'ils n'avaient pas de compte. On pouvait avoir accès à leurs documents pour déclarer les taxes. On pouvait aussi les aider à régler leurs problèmes avec l'ARC, s'ils avaient des dettes, s'ils avaient des lettres, on l'expliquait c'était quoi, si l'ARC demandait des documents, on aidait la clientèle à avoir accès. Du coup aussi, j'ai découvert qu'il y avait beaucoup plus de bénéfices disponibles, mis à part ceux des taxes, qu'il y avait des programmes d'aide comme le LIP et l'OISP pour l'aide à l'électricité, que beaucoup de personnes ignoraient, qu'il y avait des aides financières pour aider les gens sans revenus à subvenir aux besoins essentiels. Du coup, mon expérience dans le bénévolat et aussi dans le centre d'éducation financière EBO m'a servi d'aider des gens à accéder à leurs bénéfices, qu'ils soient liés aux taxes ou autres, de les représenter surtout avec l'ARC, ce qui m'a permis aussi de fournir un soutien essentiel à ceux qui ont le plus besoin. Du coup, aujourd'hui, je souhaite que des services d'aide similaires soient offerts de plus en plus à travers Ottawa, tout au long de l'année surtout, dans de nombreux centres communautaires, afin de toucher un plus grand nombre de personnes et de répondre à leurs besoins. Merci pour votre écoute.
Merci. Une question, conseillère Plante. Carr.
J'ai seulement un commentaire, merci. Mais merci beaucoup d'avoir pris le temps de décrire votre expérience et je vous remercie également pour le service que vous rendez en vous portant un volontaire pour aider les autres. C'est vraiment apprécié.
Merci, c'était avec un plaisir.
Merci beaucoup. Et conseillère Plante.
Oui, vous avez mentionné que vous fournissez un service l'année longue, c'est pas juste pendant les quelques mois d'impôt. Pourquoi est-ce que c'est important de fournir le service l'année longue? Et est-ce que vous avez remarqué une augmentation dans je sais que vous avez dit que vous êtes ici depuis 2023, mais est-ce qu'il y a eu des augmentations de 2023 jusqu'à 2024? Et est-ce que vous prévoyez une augmentation en 2025? Merci.
Oui, merci pour la question. Ce qui nous a laissé faire les taxes tout au long de l'année, c'est que parmi les barrières qu'on rencontrait lors de la saison d'impôt, c'était tellement limité. Les gens ne pouvaient pas accéder à ce service à ce temps. Ils avaient leurs choses pourquoi ne pas faire les taxes. Du coup, là, lorsque je faisais du bénévolat, les gens me demandaient est-ce qu'on peut faire les taxes, pas uniquement dans la saison d'impôt, mais après la saison, parce qu'ils avaient des trucs à faire, ils avaient des obligations à faire. Là, Centre EBO a offert cette possibilité pour les gens. Et ce que j'ai remarqué que oui, il y a eu une augmentation depuis 2023-2024. Les gens venaient pas uniquement dans la saison d'impôt, mais après pour faire la déclaration des taxes. Non. Merci à vous.
Merci Asma pour votre présentation aujourd'hui. Our next speaker and our last speaker before the break is Neil Saravanamuto. Welcome, Neil. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think many of you know me. One thing you might not know about me is that I am a member of the board of the Centertown Community Health Center. So involved in putting together some of the ideas that we've been talking about on the community volunteer income tax clinics. And another thing you might not know about me, I'm also a veteran of the Department of Finance Canada, spent many years there, looking at a large number of funding proposals over the years. And the reason I'm here today is that the proposal that we're talking about now of investing $3 million in income tax clinics to help 13,000 people receive $72 million in federal and provincial benefits. This is a sort of proposal that, we would see maybe once a decade. It has incredible impact. And it's something that I really hope this council will take very seriously. Honestly, in policy terms, I would call this a public policy unicorn. This is a unicorn. I mean, we can take $3 million and turn it into $72 million. One of the comments that was raised was the role of the federal and the provincial governments, and should they be paying for this? And the answer is absolutely they should be paying for this. But are they going to? No. I mean, the federal government has a very small program to provide some support, but it's almost nothing and it's meaningless. And frankly, that is probably not going to change anytime soon. So as a municipality, we can look at the situation and say it's not fair. And it's not fair. But what are we going to do about it? Are we just going to complain, or are we going to be proactive about it? And we have the opportunity to take $3 million and turn it into 72. We have the opportunity to take $3 million and, we talk a lot about fairness for Ottawa. Well, here's an opportunity to get $72 million in federal and provincial money that's sitting on the table and to proactively go out and get that. The third and final point I'd like to make is I'd encourage councillors to think of this proposal from quite frankly, a very self-interested perspective. And in terms of the implications on the City of Ottawa budget. And I want to come back to that example that about people losing their housing because they're not filing a tax return. So Ariel picked up on this. Sarah Taylor at the outset mentioned that in Ottawa community housing, 30% of people that lose their housing benefit do so because for the simple reason that they never filed their tax return. And I want to think about that 37%, which if we put on a number on it, that's close to 600 people. So last year, close to 600 people living in Ottawa community housing lost their housing support because for the simple act of not having filed a tax return. So let's just think about what happened to those 600 people. They were then put in the position where they would have to pay market rent. What happened to them then? I imagine that some number of that 600 were unable to pay market rent, and simply just chose not to pay. As a result, in due course, they would get evicted, and they would. Being evicted, what would happen to them then? A number of them would end up in the shelter system. And let's just remember that the shelter system costs the taxpayer $3,000 per month per bed. Okay, so we're taking someone living in a low-cost OCH facility and we're putting them into a high-cost shelter. That's a cost that we all pay. Those individuals that were made, that were made homeless, would they have used paramedic services at some time? Would they have engaged the police services at some time? I mean, if so, these are all costs that we're bearing. So again, I want you to think about this proposal from a very self-centered perspective as to what is the impact on the budget of Ottawa. And a modest investment by the city can have a huge impact in terms of putting cash into people's pockets and reducing poverty. It almost certainly will have a positive impact on our long-term budget at the city also. So as I say, this is a public policy unicorn. Please do not let it slip away. Let me encourage you to do this, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neil. You have a question from Councillor Troster.
Hi, Neil. Thanks for being here. I didn't actually know that you were on the board of the Centertown Community Health Center, so thank you for that volunteer work. They're one of the most important organizations in Centertown. Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to echo what you're saying, and thank you. We talk a lot about the need to stop homelessness before it starts, the need to invest in diversion. This is one example of keeping people out of shelter by, preventing them from falling into homelessness, by preventing them from losing their subsidy. And as you know, we have a couple other proposals on the table that will soon come back to committee, including a proposal for a housing acquisition fund that Councillor Plante put forward, and also potential protections against rent evictions. And in all three cases, including the tax clinic proposal, we get the same argument, which is why should the city be doing this? This should, you know, if the province or the feds would act, we wouldn't have to do this. And in all three cases, us not acting and other levels of government not acting, we're shouldering a much higher cost. So it comes down to, we shouldn't have to do this, but we should because we have no choice. I'm just wondering if you had any other thoughts, you know, as we approach budget season and within the context of this poverty reduction strategy that you think this is a real unicorn, but other things that you think would be good value for money?
I think all of the proposals that are put in front of us have a lot of value. You know, I'm a member of the Ottawa Community Land Trust. That's something that I was quite happy to put my own resources into because we could see both the material return that I would get, but also the impact it would have on the community. So I would highly encourage council to make an investment there. You know, I think what we need to do is put this in context. So for instance, the proposal on tax clinics is for $3 million. I'm not sure what the amount would be for the other proposals, but it is a modest amount in a budget that is ultimately $6 billion a year. Okay, it's billion with a B. So I should be able to figure that out. Is that what, 0.5% that we're talking about here to materially improve the lives of 13,000 residents across the city? I mean, so we need to use that old phrase, I think we need to stop being penny wise and pound foolish. There's a lot of opportunity here to make a real difference in terms of reducing poverty across the city.
Thank you, Councillor Charlester. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks for being here today. I hope I've created a warm environment for you today. I just have a quick question with respect to the $72 million that's being quoted in essential income. Can you just describe to me a little bit about how that was calculated?
Sure. Well, this is actually pulled from CRA data and supplemented with a few other sources. So the CRA data is very clear that when someone that is not filing a tax return participates in a community volunteer tax clinic, on average, they end up with a rebate of $4,000, I think it's $4,080, okay? So let's call it $4,000. Now, there's a number of other programs, both administered by other federal agencies other than CRA. So for instance, if a senior hasn't filed their taxes, they can also get GIS, Guaranteed Income Supplement. And for a senior, the average is $9,000 a year, so 4,000 plus 9,000. So, then there's a number of benefits at the provincial level. So the provincial government said we need to help people out with their energy bills, and so they said we have the low income energy program. I think is what it's called. But again, if you don't have a tax return, you cannot apply to it. And this is a tool that's being increasingly used by the federal government and by the provincial counterparts. So most recently, you know, we're all familiar with the Canada Dental Plan that's recently come on stream. You cannot access the Canada Dental Plan unless you file a tax return. So that's simple. So there's a huge number of benefits that come. We've estimated that the average is $5,000 to $6,000 per person, $5,000 to $6,000 per person, and that's on the low end. Okay, that's a very conservative estimate. If you multiply that by 13,500 residents, that's how we end up with the $72 million number. Thank you.
Thanks. One thing that I'm going to find really interesting going forward, and we heard from the last delegation about experience as a new Canadian in filing, is with the surge in global migration and the impact that this can have. I think that's, you know, we don't really have a lot of details on that yet, but definitely with the numbers that we're receiving, I'll be looking for your expertise in terms of bringing that forward. Thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kavanagh.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Neil, for coming out. As Chair of Ottawa Community Housing, I just wanted to clarify the statistic that you gave of 37% of Ottawa Community Housing residents losing their housing. I just wanted to clarify that, where that's coming from.
So it's, now this was the number that Sarah outlined at the start. 30% of OCH residents that lose their housing allowance, that's the number that we're referring to. Do so because they did not file an income tax return.
Okay. I'm just checking that.
Yeah.
I know that's something that we're trying to work on. It's
Yeah.
a matter of finding agencies to help us out, since it's for Ottawa Community Housing, being a housing provider. We certainly want people to keep their housing, and it's we're trying to work with partners, and I know that that is a priority. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, that we get that's an issue, and we're working with some agencies, but clearly it's not enough.
The great thing is that we have the social infrastructure in place. So the community health and resource centers are doing this, as are a number of other organizations. We heard from EDO just before me. These organizations exist. Their challenge is twofold. Number one is finding the skilled volunteers and putting in place the training program so that we have a pipeline of skilled volunteers. But number two is the wraparound supports that a couple of the previous speakers talked about. And so scaling it is I mean, scaling's never easy, but it's the infrastructure's there. With the resources, we can do an awful lot more than we're doing today.
Anyway, it's a work in progress, and I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanagh. And Neil, we don't have any further questions for you. Thank you very much for being here today. As I had mentioned, we are going to take a brief break. We will break until 1 o'clock. Doesn't give folks a lot of time, but it gives us enough time to come back refreshed. So I'll see everybody at 1 o'clock. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to resume the meeting. We're going to just quickly check for quorum. Wonderful. So we have quorum of committee members, and we're going to resume with the delegations. Our first delegation up is Mohammed Sofa from the Britannia Woods Community House. So I'm not seeing Mohammed here. But Mohammed's online. So we'll just give Mohammed a moment to be promoted. Welcome, Mohammed. You have 5 minutes. Please start at any time.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you everyone for the opportunity to address the committee today. My name is Mohammed Sofa and I'm with the Britannia Woods Community House. I'm here today to express my gratitude to the community members who have contributed to the poverty reduction strategy. And in particular, I'm here today with my community house colleagues and the food bank network to add my voice to the critical food insecurity challenge in our community. In the early 1990s, local faith-based organizations founded the Britannia Woods Food Pantry to address hunger and food security. Supported by the Ottawa Food Bank, Scuba volunteers, mainly made up of retirees from various local churches, began serving our West End catchment area, which has a population size of almost 60 to 65% of the average ward in Ottawa. To make matters worse, the food bank was put in the basement of a townhouse on Ritchie Street within a social housing community. And fast forward to 2020, nearly 30 years later, this group of primarily retiree volunteers was unable to continue to serve their community as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Adding to the challenge of losing volunteers, we had to relocate the food bank from the basement to the main floor of this townhouse to maintain social distancing and ensure safety of volunteers, staff, and clients. On top of that challenge, the skyrocketing cost of living has led to an overwhelming increase in the demand for food assistance. And as my colleague Yolanda shared earlier, this led to the loss of critical community programming space. And this issue has impacted many of us in the community houses network. Currently, we are serving more than 450 households each month from this townhome, which is smaller than most of the average townhomes in Ottawa. This is not surprising, knowing that one in four Ottawans are facing some type of food insecurity, and this number has doubled since the beginning of COVID. It's clear that we need change, specifically a system-level change. This poverty reduction strategy gives us hope for that change. But let us remind each other that change would be challenging to succeed unless we start addressing the urgent issue of food insecurity in our community. The food crisis, along with the complex need challenges it brings, has drained our resources, ideas, energy, and time as we work tirelessly to ensure access to food for the most vulnerable amongst us. Additionally, our community requires securing resources not only for food, but also for staffing, infrastructure, and operational needs. This is essential as many of the sector agencies are overwhelmed by the growing demand for food and minimal community infrastructure to serve our community with the dignity it deserves. For the food poverty reduction strategy to succeed, I believe we must address the current food crisis in our community. That's why I'm here adding my voice in support of the immediate and long-term funding solution for the food bank network. This begins with the creation of an emergency bridge funding of 6 million over 3 years through the Sustainability Fund and to support the Ottawa food security sector. And I urge you to make a commitment to work with city staff to make this work in the 2025 budget. We know the city budget is tight, and I believe we've heard this year over year. We are at a turning point. And yes, we have to find ways to end food insecurity and food banks. There's nothing more challenging than seeing our neighbors struggle with basic needs such as food. We hope this strategy and other similar efforts will bring us closer to our goals of adequately addressing poverty. Our response and choices today will have lasting impact on the lives of people. We have an opportunity before us. So let's rise up and support the strategy and support the critical food insecurity in our community. Thank you for time and dedication to our community.
Thank you, Mohammed. You have a question from Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mohammed, for coming out today and talking about Britannia Woods and the situation there. As I know, it's been very difficult and it's been growing over a number of years. And you point out the fact that you're even smaller than average in terms of your space, and that's been a particular issue. I appreciate your support for the strategy and the fact that we have to work together. In terms of the immediate needs, what is the primary concern in terms of space?
Well, the immediate need for us, we had this energy to search for space years past. In the last year or two, our entire time and energy has really been focused making sure people had access to food as they came to our doors in waves. If we're able to recover from that, hopefully through funding for the network, what we can do is go back and continue to work with our partners in searching for an adequate space to serve our community from. In the past, we've had access to land from both OCH and dialogue with the city's Parks and Recreation Department to look at spaces that's close to the neighborhood to develop and co-develop and create a hub to serve our community. Of course, as you know, we're a big proponent of bringing agencies together, similar to other hubs in the city. We feel that, not a single agency can really do the work that's required to address the complex needs of our community. And that's really sort of where we've been. We've put together a proposal. We've spoke to various groups within the city and outside. And there's an appetite where challenge all of us, including the city, is finding the resources to build and find resources for the infrastructure that's needed to serve our community right.
Thank you. I appreciate that you do more than just food. And the importance of the wraparound services, which is emphasized in the report. Britannia Woods had to go to another building to expand on the counseling side, which was very, very welcome and very helpful. So appreciate the work that's going on and how I think your contribution in terms of how you've managed to set up the counseling services for families, for Black youth, has been very helpful. So thank you again for all your work.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you very much, Mohammed. I'm not seeing any further questions. Thank you for being here today. Our next speaker is Yanette Sehi, and I believe Yanette is online. Yep. Yanette, once you're off mute, yes, thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today. My name is Yanet Sahaye, and I'm the Food Bank Coordinator at Britannia Woods Community House. As Mohammed said, we operate from our converted townhouse, which is smaller than the average home in Ottawa. We distribute over 1,000 food to over 1,600 people and more than 420 households each month. Across our city, tens of thousands of people rely on food banks daily. We receive food from the Ottawa Food Bank and some funding from the City of Ottawa to keep our doors open. And we are grateful for these partnerships. However, our community members face multiple challenges that we feel are not adequately addressed. Many struggles with basic needs like paying rent, covering utilities, securing transportation, accessing resources, all while living in a state of uncertainty and crisis. Food insecurity is not just an economic issue, it's a serious public health crisis. Inadequate nutrition significantly increases the risk of chronic illness like diabetes and heart disease. For children growing up in food insecure households, it can lead to developmental delays, behavioral challenges, and diminished academic performance with lasting impacts to their futures. This moment is unique because it emphasizes the need to address the systemic roots of poverty and food insecurity. Rather than just focusing on individual efforts, we can work together in several ways. To advocate for change, we must push for policies that address economic disparities and improve access to essential resources. We must do community engagement, which building networks will help amplify local voices and identify effective solutions. Also, raising awareness about the complexities of food insecurity can drive meaningful action. And we should also explore new models for food distribution and community support. Despite our best efforts, we find ourselves constantly band-aiding a complex issue like poverty and food insecurity, primarily because the system doesn't work together to support the people. The role of the government remains minimal or absent, and I work and volunteer in the community where I grew up. I understand firsthand the challenges many of our clients face because I was raised in a single-parent household with a low-income family. Like many families I help today, we relied on community resources to get by. These experiences shaped my understanding of the system and the people it serves. Despite these challenges, I was fortunate to have access to community programs and support systems at Britannia Woods that helped us through difficult times. However, as I now work in this capacity, I see that the systemic issues that contribute to my family's struggles remain largely unchanged. Many of the families I assist today face the same obstacles I did, yet there have been no impactful changes in the system that truly address the root cause of the food insecurity. The cycle of poverty continues, and without significant investment in solutions that go beyond temporary aid, we are left to band-aid complex issues rather than create lasting change. Here in Britannia Woods, the average household income is just $25,000 a year, with over 60% of these households led by single parents. Yes, investments have been made, but do they go far enough to address the realities on the ground? We do not feel that the concerns of our program participants, those facing food insecurity, struggling to pay rent, and dealing with increased violence and precarcity are fully reflected in the priorities of this budget. Many frontline workers, such as cleaners and childcare staff, rely on public transit, but are not eligible for discounts due to the absence of funding for the Fair Pass discount program. These workers are essential, yet they face challenges in accessing affordable transportation to their jobs. In conclusion, we see more women in our affordable housing program struggling to pay rent than ever before. The level of funding for rent relief initiatives in the budget does not match the growing need across the city. We fear that without intervention, more women will lose their housing and safety. The actions taken within this budget will have long-term ramifications. While many strategies and innovative solutions have been explored, the budget allocations seem to fall short of the investments needed to create real impact. This reality is disheartening, especially when I witness the resilience and determination of the families I serve every day. They deserve a system that not only provides immediate relief, but also fosters opportunities for growth, stability, and self-sufficiency. We understand the city is facing fiscal pressure, but we are concerned that this proposed budget reflects an outdated approach to new and growing problems. I urge us all to commit to making those impactful changes. We cannot continue to allow systemic barriers to dictate the lives of so many, especially when we have the potential to create a more equitable future. As you consider all these testimonies from these 2 days, we urge you to seriously evaluate enhanced funding measures and explore new revenue tools to improve access to services in full partnership with community agencies. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Janet. You have a question from Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much, Janet, and appreciate very much your work at Britannia Woods and bringing this delegation today of your lived experience. One of the things about Britannia Woods is the overwhelming number of youth. There's a high population of youth and racialized youth. What do you see as their highest needs in terms of the youth? You're saying that you're finding it's different from when you were the same age as them. You're
Yeah.
still young, but if you can pass on. One of the things you mentioned was about transit, and I just wanted to get more clarification on that of what you see as something that can be done.
I think when I was making that point about transit to address that part is because many of, like I said, the people that are doing like the cleaning and the labor jobs are having trouble getting to their jobs to even make the ends meet. And I feel like as a society, we should be the ones trying to support them to make it easier for them to reach their destination. Most of them don't have even the money to like have a car and let alone pay for a bus pass every month. So according to they are not like considered essential workers, so they don't get the discount pass for the bus.
Okay,
And yeah, for the youth, I think like from my own personal experience and working with them every day, Britannia Woods, as Mohammed Sofa mentioned, is a very small, it's a townhouse smaller than the average. And it's already, our whole house is majority used for the food bank, which overtakes a majority of our space, which kind of takes away from the youth, in my opinion, and the children and youth program that we do here every day as well. And I think space is something that we really would need to give the kids and the youth opportunity to be able to continue their homework club programs and their athletic programs and their creative art programs without being pushed away by the food bank, which we are obviously trying to focus on primarily because food insecurity is a big problem. And without food, then we can't even focus on athletics and education and the rest that goes on to helping building a youth future. I really think the space is what we just need to be able, because we have the staff and we have the people that are invested emotionally and really want to make a change, but without the right resources, it really makes it hard for all of us. Yeah.
Thank you very much for sharing that. And I think there's lots of work to do. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions, Councillor, and thank you very much, Janet, for being online and here to delegate today. Our next delegations are Chantal Portelance, Natalie Portelance, and Rebecca Doris.
Hello again. My name is Rebecca, and I've had the pleasure to work and privilege to work alongside these incredible community advocates over the last few years. I'm just going to say one thing from somebody that wasn't able to be here, but also participated in the lived experience reference table of the poverty reduction strategy. She says, I do believe that the inclusion of people with lived experience in these discussions is invaluable and provide perspective and pragmatic input. I feel that we could benefit from findings and research of best practices from roundtables elsewhere, as every major city has so many concerns and issues in common. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce Natalie and Chantal.
Good afternoon. My name is Natalie Portelance, and I am here as a community advocate for reducing and getting rid of poverty. Last year, my sister Chantal and I were asked by the Parkdale Food Centre and the Ottawa Community Food Partnership to contribute to building the poverty reduction strategy. We were asked to join because we were viewed as experts in poverty. Imagine that. How does one become an expert in poverty? Well, by living in it. and staying stuck in it, despite our best efforts, because of unequal conditions that our society creates and maintains. I'm not here today to share the details of the trauma I've experienced as someone who lived in poverty and had to constantly struggle to get the food I needed for me and my family. If you know, you know. I'm here today with my sister to talk about our experience as members of the Lived Experience Reference Table and what I hope will become the poverty reduction strategy.
Good afternoon. My name is Chantal. My first day of being involved in the round table was incredible. I got to connect with others with similar but complementary ideas. It was so inspiring to hear experts in different fields, including others who lived in poverty, describe all of its rippling effects: homelessness or unstable housing, mental illness, challenges to work, worsening disabilities, and so many other circumstances, and cause hope to wear away. It was an eye-opening experience to hear people's daily struggles with poverty, even though I knew my own as well. Being paid more than a living wage for my time that day was amazing because it was a full day's work. I was able to buy myself and my family groceries, pay 2 outstanding bills, and even buy myself a treat that day. That alone was amazing. As amazing and as dignified as that feeling was, it also reminded me of all the times I couldn't afford groceries or other basic needs. The second and third round tables and listening sessions were only about 2 hours each, which resulted in $60 sessions. Behind the scenes was much more preparation and thinking and went into, and it was honestly quite triggering. It was nice being paid for sharing our thoughts and opinions, but if I'm going to be completely honest, I think compensation should have been a little bit more, because I am on ODSP, as nobody hires a person with a disability, even though they know you're an amazing person to work with. I don't have extra income, so those 2 hours at that time, it was nice, but it did not give enough time for those experiences of poverty to fully share, especially when roundtables have dozens of other peoples. I found myself having to interrupt others just to be able to share my voice. And I know others had to do that as well. Going forward, I want to make sure we are given enough time and space to share, because we have so many solutions. Believe me, overall, though, I was grateful to have a platform to speak, because boy, do I have a voice sometimes.
It was really nice to be included in the development of this strategy, being able to contribute and feeling heard. I felt I was worthy enough to contribute to this strategy. This was a privilege because our opinions are often not valued, and it is really hard to get out and advocate for better because we are so busy constantly trying to figure out how to get our immediate basic needs met. It is so important to have people who live in poverty on a daily basis take part in making plans and policies to address it. We live it and have to continue living it, and we are essential in shaping solutions that lift all of our communities up. Our government decision makers may read these reports, see the statistics, and think that they understand the weight of poverty, but without living in it, no one can possibly understand what it is like. What it's like not knowing if you're going to be able to pay your hydro bill, even though you work 2 jobs, or not being able to put dinner on the table for your kids. It is unbelievably stressful, and that stress never really goes away because neither do the conditions that keep us here. I hope this strategy helps to change or add new policies for how the city addresses poverty. At this reference table, we had a bunch of fellow community advocates from a couple of organizations, but we need more of us invited to continue working on the strategy.
I'm going to jump.
All
I know-
communities.
Madame, I'm going to jump in. Our timer got stuck at 16 about a minute and a half ago. Oh, there it's at 15. But there are questions for you.
Okay.
So we'll just end with your formal presentation. And I know that we have a question from one of the councillors. I did want to say very quickly, though, you know, it was mentioned about your voice, and you have a very loud voice. Your voice in building this strategy, both of you, everyone, is so greatly appreciated and valued. So thank you for that, and thank you for taking your time out of your everything else you could be doing and focusing on that's so important in your lives to participate in making this strategy what we see before it today and continuing to be involved in its evolution. Thank you for that. So there is a question for you from Councillor Troster.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. And thank you to both of you for being here today. And I'm really happy to hear that you were compensated for your expertise. I think this is incredibly important. So we've had two major policy proposals that folks have been advocating at committee today, asking us to fund. One is $6 million to deal with the immediate food security crisis at all of our community food centers. And the second one is to robustly fund low-income tax clinics to help ensure that low-income folks in the city are getting all the benefits that they are entitled to. I'm just wondering if there's any other piece of this strategy from your perspective that you think is super important and that the city should be putting immediate dollars towards. Thanks.
Okay. There's like obviously several places that need focus. I think that alongside of the income tax clinics and the $6 million food bank, another thing we could focus on is maybe the elderly and the disabled. I think that those are really important because you know what? I may not look physically disabled, but I am, and she definitely is. And we didn't ask to be here. We didn't, I don't want to be on disability. It's not a choice though, sometimes for some people. So I really think that that needs to be a major focus, and the disability tax, yeah, that's gonna, if it actually comes into effect, that will help if it's enough money.
Right, so raising the ODSP rates provincially would make a huge difference.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate both of you being here, and I have to say you're both excellent speakers, excellent advocates, and I hope we see you at committee again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just also want to piggyback off of Natalie's answer. She brings up a really good point that there are particular populations that are even more at risk of food insecurity, even more isolated and underserved. So I think whenever we are adding money towards things, that we are being sure that is done in an equitable way. So keeping in mind neighborhoods that perhaps are more priority neighborhoods, and also making sure that the most underserved populations are being addressed as well, whether that's in policy or whether that's in just enabling each community organization that gets, you know, a piece of the pie to be able to make sure as an entire city we're serving those populations in the way they deserve to be served.
You have a question from Councillor Carr.
Comment from Councillor Carr. First of all, thank you very much for being here today. I really liked your point when you answered Councillor Troster's question about the focus that needs to happen on people with disabilities. I'm the council liaison to the Accessibility Advisory Committee, and we talk a lot now about accessibility in terms of physical environments. We talk about accessibility in terms of communications formats. But when I talk to people, I often hear what they really want to talk about is accessibility to jobs, and that missing piece that we're not talking enough about. How do we help people with that access? I know it's a little bit off topic, but in terms of the poverty reduction piece, I think it is really, really important. You know, I can't, the number of people that I've talked to who are on ODSP and who would like, have opportunities to work a job, whether it's part-time, and then it impacts the benefits and all of the residual matters. It's a horrible system. Anyway, I just want to thank you for being there, and I'm always open to having that conversation if you ever want to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Thank you very much to the delegation for being here today. Our next delegation is Michael Marcel from Bruce House.
Good afternoon, councillors and Lady Chair. Sounds kind of funny, right? So I'm here for Bruce House, and I want to tell you a little story about Bruce House. It's a smaller social setup, and it started off as a hospice for a really big problem that we had 34 years ago. 84 years ago, sorry. Where we're going through HIV and AIDS and people dying and having no place to die, no place to rest, no place to be taken care of till their last days. Now we're at a new bad spot, which is food necessity, food. Yeah, so here we are, sorry. Really trying to be able to be on ODSP, have availability to housing and to food, not having to decide each payday, am I going to pay this bill for the rent or am I going to pay this bill for the food? Pay Peter and steal from Paul, basically. It would be a really wonderful thing if you can do the $6 million to just start and try to boost this system back into working. I know at Bruce House, we don't have as many people coming, but we also don't have a large space for the food bank. So we go through about 200 people literally every week, constantly. And by the time we're at midweek, there's no more food. So even in small places, we're running out of food, we're running out of time. Having HIV, although there's been wonderful advances and great medications, it still sucks. It's still a terminal condition, and it's still going to kill you. And when you don't have food, or when you're stressed or emotionally unstable, it lets the disease go rampant on your body, no matter how much medication you have in you. You can't get a job because you can't really work a full day because you get tired. You can't get the support because ODSP is so low, and you have to pay your full market rent or any kind of rent, basically. In Ottawa, that's like up 70%, 78% now this year. It's a real struggle to try to live a good life in Canada's capital city. A beautiful city, a wonderful place to live, and it's getting worse every day. City Council, you can only do so much. If municipal government and federal government also puts in money to help with these problems that we're having, it'll be wonderful. It'll be a great step forward. And the better you make it now, the better it will be. We won't suffer as much loss. We won't suffer so many losses of social services, of really necessary social get-togethers. Like during COVID, we lost a lot of people because there was no being social with anyone. People were killing themselves because they were lonely, they were dying, and there was nowhere to go. This is starting to become very much like that again, where we're finding ourselves in a situation where it's becoming hopeless. And the more hopeless you get, the more depressed you get, the more depressed you get, the more you think, maybe not tomorrow, you know? I've been at that spot a few times in my life. The only thing that would stop me is because somebody else would have to clean it up, you know? But I really hope that we can find a solution for food scarcity, for the fear of not having anything to eat or not having somewhere to live or just being poor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael, for being here. I see we have a question from Councillor Troster to start.
Yeah, thanks for being here, Michael. I often provide Bruce House as the example of an organization that didn't typically run a food bank that now has to because you have
Absolutely.
no choice. We heard from other organizations how the necessity of running a food bank is displacing other services that they would have provided.
Absolutely.
Are you finding that's still the case? That's also the case at Bruce House?
Food is becoming so necessary that all our social programs such as community kitchen, social get-togethers, art class, you know, things for us to all get together and not feel lonely anymore or not feel like a throwaway. Those things aren't happening now because so much has been taken up by trying to provide food and care for people that can't afford it anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I visited Bruce House early in my tenure when I was first elected, although I've been a friend of Bruce House for many, many years. And I also remember hearing about how devastating, you know, there was COVID relief funding that allowed small organizations like yours to provide fresh food and groceries during the pandemic. Folks began to rely on that. The pandemic, quote unquote, ended at a time when the cost of rent and food inflation are higher than ever. And then folks were cut off from a service they became reliant on. So I do
Absolutely.
remember your executive director speaking about that. So thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
We have a question from Concierge Plon.
Hi, thank you, Michael, for being here. We have a lot of wonderful supportive housing organizations just across the way in Rideau Vanier. So I was wondering if you could talk a bit about the housing supports that you provide. I get a lot of people who say, you know, oh, well, we have Ottawa Community Housing, but we have all these great smaller organizations that exist. And I was wondering if you could touch upon that because we know having stable housing is a game changer for so many people. So I was just wondering if you could brag a bit. Thanks.
There's a very large waiting list for subsidized housing through Bruce House. I'm on subsidized housing with Bruce House, and it was by chance. You kind of luck into it, but again, it's not very available. And with being on ODSP, you're really set on a very small limit. The only reason I get to live where I live is for the last 23 years, I've been fundraising for Bruce House, for ACO, for the Liver Foundation, for any charity that I can work for. And I raised in 23 years, $5 million. So it's a challenge, but there's a way to do it. You know, and now being HIV positive as well for a very long time, so since '84, the fact that I'm not dying and that I'm not fading away is a wonderful thing, thanks to brand new medications. But I'm still, I get tired quickly. The medication is very strong, very severe, has side effects. But I love being here. I love being alive. I like looking at the grass from the top down, not from the bottom up. So it's a good thing. And housing, thank God that Bruce does provide housing when they can, subsidized housing. It makes it just a little bit easier.
Thank you so much for sharing. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Michael. Seeing no further questions for you. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
being here today.
Have a great day.
You as well. Our next delegation is Sheila Rao from Just Food.
Hello, my name is Sheila Rao, and I'm the current chair of the Just Food Board of Directors. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you all today. It's been a very inspiring, but also eye-opening meeting for the day, and recognizing the issues that we're dealing with our city, and the ongoing and issues around food security that seems to be permeating other aspects of our quality of life, and efforts to address poverty reduction in the city. As you can tell from the large turnout, food security is at the forefront of residents' minds. I'm sure that in your daily interactions with your constituents, neighbors, friends, and families, that you're also hearing the same priority from them. Community organizations on the ground working to address food access issues are facing a triple reality that is exasperating our abilities to effectively support residents. Sustainability and funding is not being indexed to the rate of inflation. Greater numbers of people are becoming food insecure, and the issues connected to people who are food insecure are becoming more complex, as we're hearing today. Since 2018, there has been 23% inflation rate and an 11% population increase, combining to create an intense strain in an already overburdened system. The percentage of households experiencing food insecurity in Algonquin, Ottawa increased from 14.8% in 2022 to 23.7% in 2023. People don't have basic daily healthy food. We cannot wait any longer to support significant changes. We commend the work that has gone into many iterations of the poverty reduction strategy, noting the extensive expertise and input from the sector. One of the significant changes, as we've mentioned today, was the addition of priority 1.1.3, which refers to increasing funding to organizations and initiatives that address food insecurity. This is the most critical priority of the strategy to us. To see that this is not being included as a short-term immediate action is unfathomable. Our organization is facilitating dialogue at a coast-to-coast level and at an international level regarding the work that is being done in other cities who are at the forefront of making what needs to be done to address the alarming rise of food insecurity. Cities who are paving the way are supporting community organizations with proportionate funding and enabling policy. Both are necessary for greater long-term sustainable change. And too often, the responsibility of governance is being shifted across tiers of government and among different departments. For example, income security solutions, which at the provincial and federal levels are insufficient in addressing food insecurity. Reliance alone on funding from other levels of government, whether as individuals, as community organizations, will not shift the drastic increase in food insecurity right now being experienced. You councillors are being asked to take on your part. The solutions are already being worked on in our communities. We need the City of Ottawa to step into its municipal responsibility of addressing food insecurity for the appropriate funding of community organizations, and at the scale of what the solutions need to be. We need councillors to support immediate and long-term funding. We can no longer watch large amounts of funding be approved by council committee for certain speculative water developments, for example, that occurred earlier this year and that largely supported the private sector. And this is all while community sector scrambles for a few $1 million across 100 plus organizations to address basic needs and poverty reduction. The most effective development strategies that address food insecurity also address multiple elements of the community safety well-being plan. Investing in community-led food solutions leads to long-term community resilience. It alleviates the tension between food and housing costs. Residents will be more likely to achieve positive and sustainable employment, leading to stronger economic outcomes and overall community wealth that extends beyond income, leading to a stronger city as a whole. One more important note, priority 1.1.2 of the poverty reduction strategy speaks to integrating a food insecurity lens into city-led strategies and plans. It further describes a working group that will review municipal policy from a food security perspective. It is critical to note that there are no other cities talking about food insecurity lens. There is no such thing. It is widely understood that these complex issues, including poverty reduction, let alone climate action, rural issues, transportation challenges, need to be addressed through food systems approach, which by nature has both a system.
Sheila?
Yes.
Your time is up, Madame. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
All right. Thank you.
I'm looking around the room to see if there's any questions for you. I don't see any at this time, but your delegation is, oh, no, wait, I knew it. If I spoke long enough, somebody would be able to put their hand up. And that way you can finish your thought. Councillor Kavanaugh has a question for you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Sheila. And you were talking about changing, I guess it's for 1.1.2, to change the wording for integrate a food insecurity lens to integrate a food systems lens. Is that correct? And
Yes. We consider food insecurity as being more complex, and a systems level approach will address, as we're seeing today, an emphasis on the sort of interconnections between the three, the other pillars in the strategy. Kate, I'm going to call on Kate, who is the current director of operations at
I'm
Just
sorry,
Food.
you aren't able to
Yeah,
bring
you
in
can't do
another
that.
delegation.
Oh.
If you don't know the answer, that's okay.
Oh, okay. No,
It's all right.
that's fine. Yeah.
yeah, no, I will check with staff on that.
Okay.
It would be helpful to have a strong definition of food systems, so
Right.
to give the difference. So
And we would be happy to provide that actually as well.
okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Thank you so much, Sheila, for being here and for your delegation today. It's appreciated. Our next speaker is Sophia Chaudhry-Shalichting. And I'm not so sure if Sophia is online or here in person. So I've just been advised that Sophia may not be present at the moment. What I'll do is I'll move to the next delegation. And if Sophia, we have, not only, but we have 2 more delegations. If Sophia is here before the end, then we'll incorporate her. And if not, we'll continue. Our next delegation then is Calla Barnett from Action Sandy Hill. And Calla is here in person.
Thank you. My first time here in person. It says good morning on my sheet, but good afternoon. And I wanted to just thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I find it awesome. It's awesome that we're doing this poverty reduction strategy. And I'm a person with a disability, and I've been relying on Ontario Works for the last few months. So I think it's really important. And I do that until ODSP can bother with my file because it takes forever to get considered for that. I experience white privilege as a cisgendered woman. I experience privilege there too. I also experience oppression as a queer, disabled single parent. And my poverty is a result of that oppression. Make no mistake, I'm concerned about some things in the strategy because it doesn't address poverty prevention in a widespread, substantive way. There's no supports for people like me. I'm self-employed. I work as much as I can, but I suddenly lost my income and I couldn't get another contract. And I had to go on Ontario Works. There's no EI, there's nothing. They gave me $1,000 a month as a single parent. That's welfare. $1,000. That includes housing, that includes food, everything. That isn't enough money for a single person to pay for food and shelter, let alone a single parent. When I looked at city programs like the rent subsidy, so I could get some help, it turns out it has to do with last year's income. So I made money last year. My poverty is now. So I couldn't access any supports from the city either. So that's a bit of a problem. And then there was no additional support. So what I've done is accrue debt. I took out credit cards, I borrowed from family, I borrowed from friends, and that's the only way I've been making ends meet for months. What I don't see is people like me being addressed in this strategy, people who go through hard times, people who've been climbing out of poverty for years, who just can't make it. I don't see students. I don't see student hunger addressed in this strategy. And student hunger is a huge problem. I live in Sandy Hill. I see it all the time. They're starving too. And they don't have any access to social programs either because they're students. So like we're all so limited. We're forced into poverty. I don't see a lot of representation for people with disabilities in there. I know that it's there in terms of like considering ODSP, but like someone like me, I make a lot of money when I'm working, like a lot, and that's great, but I can only do those jobs. My job ability is this big. It's a very, very tiny square of the market that I can participate in. I can't go get a job as a cashier. I can't stand for that long. I'm gonna have to walk home today because turns out I cashed a check, but it's on hold. And then I'm gonna have to go to sleep for 3 hours. That's my life, right? I had no idea until I got here, and that's life. So I wanna bring it a little bit bigger because I'm a big strategist kind of person and I only have a minute left, so here we go. Lower Town East has the highest percentage of low-income residents in Canada, according to the Ottawa Neighbourhood Study. It's 22.8%. That's a quarter of households. The poverty there has meant that nobody speaks for them. As a result of that lack of voice, the city has concentrated admitting shelters for men and 3 safe injection sites within 300 meters of a school. That's the people who prey on those vulnerable people also prey on other vulnerable people, children living in poverty, children who are being trafficked for sex at recess. These are the consequences of poverty and the lack of voice. These are the consequences of food insecurity and housing insecurity. These children are 12 and 13. This concentration of services would never have happened in a high-income neighborhood. Systemically, the first thing the city needs to do is coordinate. Councillors need to talk to each other and support each other, not blame each other for political expediency. That's the case for the managers and chiefs of city departments, and props to OPH and CSSD for increasing their coordination. Housing insecurity and food insecurity have the same root causes. Put small 6 to 10 bed hostel-like shelters in the vicinity of food banks. Change the model so it provides dignity to those who need services. Change the model so that people in shelters can cook the food they receive. We need this type of shelter in every ward. There's so many things here. I have so many ideas for you, but please remember, include the community associations in the consultations because we are the people living in poverty and we have ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Callie. There's a question for you from Councillor Plante.
Thank you, Calla, for being here today. I had a different question and now I'm gonna maybe go off on a different path, but because we had passed a UBI motion here a couple months ago, and one of the things that I love about UBI is there's no like question as to where you're spending your money. If you decide to get a manicure, buy baby food, buy diapers, renovate your kitchen, it's, you know, like anybody with a paycheck, it's entirely up to you what you do with your money. And when you were talking about your personal situation, about how you kind of fall into that missing middle, and the supports available to you were, you know, what was happening last year, what was this tax return like? I was wondering if you could just talk about what maybe a bit of a step up would have meant for you in this time when you had to go on Ontario Works. Like if someone had just said, okay, we're going to give you $1,000 for 4 months until you can get back on your feet, what would that have meant to you?
Well, it wouldn't have, 1,000 wouldn't have done it. With the way that my expenses are and being a single parent, it would have been more like 3,000 a month, but that's fine. What it would have meant to me would have meant that I could get groceries when I needed them instead of having to wait. It would have meant less shame and asking for money over and over and over again from the same 5 people who I know have money. It would have been, my child would have been able to go to summer camp And I know that there are programs, but it's about last year's income. I would have been able to go to places myself and do groceries instead of having them delivered, right? Because then I could have used an Uber service. It costs a little more, but I could have, I don't know, like there's so many options available when you have money that are not available to you when you don't. And right now I've been working for a month and a half and I still haven't gotten paid because that's how self-employment works. So it's just, I just wait and I'm waiting and waiting and I don't know when I'm going to be able to get groceries because now I don't know when this stupid check is going to clear. So UBI is great until it's not. UBI will help until everybody gets it through their head that, hey, we don't have to pay people as much anymore. So there's that too, right? So, I mean, I think what we really need is better OW, better ODSP, clearly, but also, and those are provincial and that's fine, but also we need a way to provide services to people who are in need now, right? Rental subsidies shouldn't be attached only to the housing registry. Why are there not partial rental subsidies for people going through hard time? Why can't we just do that? I don't understand. Why can't I just apply for help for a couple of months? So it's that kind of thing.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You have a question from Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. And it's more of a comment. I really appreciate the fact that you raised the importance of community associations providing input into the process. I can say without a doubt that has occurred in the case of our strategy, particularly the community associations in Ward 13, along with the Vanier Community Association in the last term, were instrumental in pushing for a comprehensive approach to poverty reduction. And in fact, they formed what they called a community collective and developed a thoughtful working paper along with my office outlining principles for effective poverty reduction. So I think it is important for us to continue to listen to the grassroots and to continue to listen to voices across the city from community organizations across the board. And we know that Vanier and Rita Rockcliffe can work well together, and we want to continue to listen to voices across the city. So I really thank you for really pushing that concept. I think it's better policy when it's informed by the community as well as people with lived experience. Thank you, Chair.
Can I respond?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. And thank you very much, Councillor King. And that's it. And Vanier and Overbrook, their communities and community associations have so much in common. It's wonderful that they were participating in this and working together on it. And I feel the same way about Sandy Hill and Lower Town. We collaborate a lot, and we recognize that our issues are incredibly different from Vanier and Overbrook, in fact. And I think that, you know, making that coalition bigger and stronger has a lot of value moving forward, and I'm so game. Because this is what I do on my community. I'm the chair of community and social services, so I'm here for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kella. We're so used to seeing you virtually. It's a pleasure to see you in person. Thank you for being here. Our next delegation is Robin Brown, who is online. Welcome, Robin. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, that's good. Okay. Hello, I'm here on behalf of the 613-819 Block Hub to praise the aims of the city's poverty reduction strategy, but also to highlight its one glaring omission: the absence of any mention of the role of police in creating and maintaining poverty. The staff report doesn't mention police once, but it mentions collective impact 14 times. Ironically, I first heard the term collective impact at a 2022 Ottawa Police Human Rights Forum. A member of the Tamarack Institute, that's mentioned 5 times in the staff report, said collective impact was, quote, a network of community members, organizations, and institutions that advance equity by learning together, aligning, and integrating their actions to achieve systems-level change, unquote. However, the OPS Human Rights Forum was an example of what we see is actually happening, which we call collective resistance, in which we define as, quote, a network of community members, organizations, and institutions that impede movement toward real equity by working together, aligning, and integrating their actions, resulting in resistance to systems level change, unquote. Any poverty reduction strategy, including this one, that doesn't address the police's role in creating and maintaining poverty is contributing to collective resistance. To clarify what we mean by the police's role in creating and maintaining poverty, allow me to share this. This morning, I asked ChatGPT to list the five main ways police in Canada contribute to creating and maintaining poverty. Here's what it said, and evidence shows these all apply to the Ottawa Police. Quote, 1, over-policing and criminalization of poverty. Police often disproportionately patrol low-income and racialized communities, leading to higher rates of arrest for minor infractions, which can result in fines, jail time, and criminal records that make it difficult to secure employment, housing, or loans. 2, fines, fees, and debt cycles. Many police-related fines, like parking tickets, public disturbances, traffic violations, disproportionately affect those living in poverty. Inability to pay leads to mounting debt, additional penalties, and in some cases, imprisonment for failure to pay fines, trapping people in cycles of financial instability. You guys remember the issue of the city and bylaw people fining the pro-Palestinian demonstrators? 3, criminal records and barriers to employment. People who have interacted with the police and have criminal records, even for minor offenses, face significant barriers to employment. That makes it difficult for them to escape poverty, as criminal records limit access to good jobs, housing, and financial services. 4, displacement through evictions and homelessness. Police are often involved in evicting people from their homes, especially in cases where tenants cannot afford rent. These evictions force individuals into homelessness, making it even harder for them to break the cycle of poverty. And 5, mental health and addiction criminalization. Instead of receiving appropriate mental health or addiction care, many people in poverty who struggle with these issues are criminalized by the police. Arrests related to mental illness and addiction can prevent individuals from getting the help they need and lead to incarceration, which perpetuates their marginalization and economic hardship. So that ends the quote there. So a key part of collective resistance are advisory committees, which exclude groups who are critical of the police. The 613-819 Black Hub tried to get on to the Poverty Reduction Advisory Committee, but we were told it had already been selected. We also tried to join the Ottawa Police Community Equity Council and the city's Community Safety and Wellbeing Advisory Committee, and were rejected from those too. Another element of collective resistance is underfunding initiatives. Poverty Reduction Report staff says will ask council to approve one-time funding of $150,000 to implement the Poverty Reduction Strategy's tax clinic initiative, which is great, while the police budget is over $400 million, including $500,000 for dry cleaning. A number of people today said poverty is complex, and it is. What isn't complex is understanding the role of police in creating and maintaining it, and understanding that policing isn't one of the city council's 4 priorities. But I'm not here to tell you this because I think it'll change the behavior of those of you who continue to approve multi-million-dollar annual police budgets. I'm here so that when groups and individuals start using more militant tactics to protect themselves from police violence and your policies, you won't be able to say you weren't warned. Thank you.
I don't see any questions for you, Robin. Thank you for attending today.
Thank you.
I am doing a final call for Sophia. So if Sophia is online virtually or in the gallery. Okay, so not seeing that Sophia is here, we are now at the end of our delegations. We are going to now move to questions to staff. I will also note Rachel Wilson is remaining here, as well as Matt Boutel. So what I'm going to do is, because once again, we have this opportunity to ask members of the advisory committee, those stakeholders who are involved and partners, and we have staff here. If councillors have a question for staff, please indicate as such. If you have a question to Rachel or Matt, please indicate that, just so that everybody's clear and maybe we can go through this as effectively as possible. So, and thank you both for continuing. It's been a long day, so it's very much appreciated. So I'm going to open the floor to questions, and our first on the board is Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you to staff and to Rachel. It has been a very long day, but I have to say, I haven't been bored for a second because this issue is so important and the delegates have all been excellent. My first question when I read this strategy, which I think is excellent and has really lofty goals, is how are we tracking the success of this strategy? Because if the success is simply a reduction or elimination of poverty, a lot of that can't happen without major changes at the federal and the provincial level. So I'm interested in what an indicator would be of success from the city's perspective.
Thanks for that question, Chair. We have an evaluation framework that was approved as part of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, performance framework. In terms of the strategy specifically, I'm going to ask Sauson, who's here beside me, who it's more intimately involved in that area. Sauson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Community Safety Wellbeing Plan has a performance framework which governs the monitoring and progress monitoring of the plan as a whole. For the poverty reduction strategy, upon the approval of the strategy, a specific framework is going to be developed with the advisory group that will make sure that we are measuring the outcomes of the short-term actions, in addition to specific indicators on the success and progress of the short-term actions. We will be continuing the work under the framework to collect population data on poverty so that we remain informed on the landscape of poverty in Ottawa, as well as collecting data on the role of the city as a backbone support and sponsor of the strategy. To what extent did we provide our support to the collective impact, and to what extent did collective impact and coordination efforts rendered results after 2026? I want to add that there will be a midterm review that is planned in 2027, which will allow us to understand whether we are still on the right track. Thank you.
Thanks. I mean, we've already heard from all the partners who came today and spent their time with us that we're already at a crisis point when it comes to food security. So I'm just troubled because there's only $150,000 right now attached to this strategy, which would go into low-income tax clinics, and it's only a fraction of what the sector is asking for. So, I mean, I know I'll take this back, specifically the $6 million ask, and then also the larger ask from the Coalition of Community Health and Resource Centers. I think making sure that people don't go hungry and making sure they get access to the benefits they're entitled to are two crucially important things as a city. I'm struggling with the strategy because I think it's exceptionally well written. I think it has really lofty ideals. But, as folks said at the rally this morning, if we don't fund it substantially, we're not going to see a decrease in poverty, period. And I just think it would be a tremendous failure of all this work that brought all of these sector partners together if we get to midterm and poverty rates continue to rise, people continue to go hungry. I mean, I think a strategy is great on paper, but at the end of the day, we need to make sure that people are doing okay, and they're not doing okay right now. So, I'll take that back politically. I know that this committee doesn't have the power at this meeting to pass specific financial items for next year's budget, but I just want the delegates who are here today, and also Rachel and your organization, to know that we take it really seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to staff for this report and the work of the advisory committee that's been working with you. I'm going to ask Rachel particularly in terms of what was raised by Just Food. I just wanted to get your feedback on it. They had an ask about integrating to change wording on 1.1.2 about the food insecurity versus food systems. So integrate a food insecurity lens is what it says now, and they're asking to change it to integrate a food systems lens. And I just wanted to get your feedback on that as well as Matt. Sorry.
Thank you for the question. I'm certainly no expert on food systems. My last 8 years have been spent on food security and food insecurity. My very basic understanding is that food systems is encompassing all of the food process. So employment in food, agriculture, production of food, which we know is lacking here in the city. I think what's important, though, is that food security is what the community asked for, and that was the feedback we received at the various roundtables and the listening sessions. So I think it would be an important step to ensure that that was what the community wanted as well. And I'm just not sure that we had that conversation during the roundtable session.
No, I appreciate it. That's why I wanted to get your feedback, because I realized that there was all kinds of groups out there. No, I appreciate all the work. I'm going to now switch over to staff, if that's okay. Thank you for the integration of mentioning the guaranteed basic income based on the motion that was passed with myself and Councillor Carr putting it forward. I think that I think I just got something from Toronto saying that they're talking about putting food banks out of business, and that is supporting a guaranteed basic income, that we need that income. And we've heard some delegations about just that problem with that in-between group of people who are not on Ontario Works, but are just about, but they're waiting to have finances. So the need for a basic income. And I just wanted to ask what we've done on it in terms of, and what kind of reaction we're getting. Obviously, this is other levels of government who need to action this.
Chair, in terms of basic income itself, it is a provincial area of concern. We at the city aren't specifically engaged in initiatives to raise basic incomes because we're governed and legislated to implement provincial systems. So we must follow those provincial regulations. However, through our employment and social services service area, community safety and wellbeing service area, housing, we are more than ever coordinating efforts and partnerships to ensure that our initiatives not only meet existing needs, but where they can maximize someone's ability to put money in their pockets. And before you, the strategy is a first step at a framework that can bring even more coordination and focus towards alleviating the impacts of poverty. And we believe that it's a good first start in that regard.
In the report, we say we acknowledge the need to build collective support for increased social assistance rates and basic income, and to create synergies and collaboration to allow people living in poverty to access tax-related benefits. So I appreciate that recommendation and acknowledgement. And equity is important. I went to the budget meeting last night that Councillor King put on. I want to thank him very much for his for the meeting. It was an Ottawa equity budget, which was well received and gave an opportunity for racialized communities to make their comments and concerns. And I think that's really important feedback, and I'm sure that he will be giving that feedback. But I could see it firsthand that that is the kind of outreach that is very welcome and very helpful. On the some of the issues that were raised, the space, and this was in terms of food pantries, etc. That has been an ongoing problem, and it starts to get into capital, which is a little bit beyond this report. But it keeps coming up. I was well aware of it in my own communities. I can see it's a citywide problem. We really don't want to grow food banks. I don't think Rachel wants to see food banks grow, but this is the dilemma we're in. I just wanted to get your comments on this problem with space. Oh, that's for you, Clara.
Chair, I would comment, my comment would be that we recognize the dilemma that you speak of, and that we continue to work with partner agencies on anything we can do to alleviate that challenge with space. But we do have limited levers available to us to offer real estate at this time.
Thank you. I hope that we can find some solutions, creative solutions. And I know it's a challenge working with OCH. We can work with OCH and cross our other departments that possibly could have space as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd really like to commend staff, the advisory committee, and the whole community for their exemplary work on this poverty reduction strategy, a strategy that aims to create a more equitable Ottawa by addressing root causes of poverty and coordinating efforts across various sectors and stakeholders. I do have some questions for staff, and my first question is, how will the strategy ensure meaningful ongoing involvement of people with lived experience of poverty throughout its implementation?
Thank you for that important question. The next steps are to engage with the advisory group and look at reforming an advisory group to continue to include the voices of members of the community living in poverty or at risk of poverty. And Sawson has more details on some of those next steps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The involvement of persons with lived and living experience of poverty has been crucial to the development of this strategy. We're hoping that this involvement will continue as we move forward. If the strategy is approved, there is a plan to work very closely with the advisory group to expand the membership of the advisory group to be more representative of those persons, but also more representative of the diversity of our community. This is something that we started in the formation of the advisory group as we expanded the membership before the strategy was designed. We're hoping to continue doing that in the coming future. In the midterm point, which is 2017, a refresh of engagement can happen where we engage persons with lived experience more concretely to make sure that we are achieving the short-term actions that we are intending to implement.
I appreciate that. I think that we see that the success in terms of the anti-racism strategy with taking this approach with ensuring that there's continuous consultation, and it will be very important, of course, to follow that model for this strategy. I was wondering as well, can staff elaborate on how the $100,000 of one-time funding for tax clinic coordination will be used to maximize impact?
Chair, the funding that will be part of the draft budget, $150,000, is going to be dedicated to building the coordination of existing income tax services and furthermore engaging volunteers and members of the private sector. We've had good experience with this in the past with professionals dedicating their time through nonprofit income tax clinics. And so that is the intention behind that funding, and with a view to identify how we can sustain this program and that coordination over time. So sustainability, because it's one time, is going to be a key goal there as well.
I appreciate that. I think that this is a really smart investment. Helping more low-income residents file taxes and access benefits they're entitled to will have a significant positive impact, but not unlike Councillor Troster, I want to see more resources dedicated to this initiative over time. I mean, if we can have a impact of $72 million in the wider economy, that's transformative, not just for the lives of those who are experiencing poverty on an everyday basis. It's massively impactful just to the city generally. So it's something that we would want to see definitely continued and expanded over time. I did have another question, maybe potentially to the advisory group, in terms of providing details on how the food security working group would operate and what its key objectives would be.
At this point, I don't think we have a clear definition as to what that would look like, but where it came from is a recognition that there is a disconnect between the charitable sector, the non-for-profit sector, and the city, and needing to be better coordinated. So I think we envision all levels of government and community members and charitable organizations working together to reduce any sort of silos, ensure that we are working on shared projects and where we see the biggest impact.
I appreciate that as well. When I remember taking office, one of the first events I attended was, I think, organized by the food bank on food security policy, and there was a request around greater coordination. So I'm really pleased that this is coming to fruition. My next question, I guess, revolves around the mentorship programs that have been proposed for youth. I'm just wondering how they will be measured and evaluated.
Chair, I think that is also to be determined. Part of that, though, will be built on some of the work that began this year in 2024 with some of the youth mentorship programs and other activities that engaged especially Black and racialized youth in increasing their financial literacy. So we're going to build upon those experiences and the program outcomes and evaluations there to build the next set of evaluations. And at the moment, we have a call for proposals out for this very, related to this very strategy as part of a partnership between community funding and the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan to particularly prioritize youth in achieving and growing skills and development in mentorship, and with a specific focus to racialized newcomer youth as well. So very excited that that is right now available to community groups to apply.
And I'm appreciative of the first round of financial literacy programming that was undertaken just this last summer in Overbrook, in one of the communities in my ward, where 120 youth went through and had an amazing experience. And I think that from their responses, I think that's the right way to go. I think that's what we were hearing about in terms of economic security from community members in terms of what they would want to see. My final question just revolves around one of the points raised by the last delegation around plans to include targeted supports or programs for job seekers with criminal records. Now, I know that there was some work potentially beginning on that at Crime Prevention Ottawa before it was integrated into general city operations. I was just wondering if you could talk about the potential for examining targeted support for job seekers with criminal records within the employment initiatives outlined potentially within the strategy.
Chair, I'd probably have to take that back and provide a written response. We would normally undertake that as part of our existing employment programs that have various eligibility criteria. And so we'd want to identify where it would be possible to properly serve people with criminal records, but it's quite possible that that exists already. So let me take that back and provide a written response.
I appreciate that. I think that that could be a very important piece of the puzzle in terms of ensuring that we create more opportunities to raise people out of poverty, ensuring that they do have access to employability if they're seeking it. Chair, I'm really pleased to see the strategy take a collective impact approach, bringing together the city, community organization, and residents to work towards shared goals and priorities around poverty reduction. I know that when I took office, it was one of the big planks that I ran on. I thought it was unacceptable for 1 out of 3 children within one of my neighborhoods to be in poverty, that the usage of food banks were too high. And as we continue on from the last term to this term, we see the continuing challenge and the need for investment. And that's not falling on deaf ears. One of the challenges I know is that these community safety and well-being plans were foisted upon municipalities, and that's good, but we also need to have the resources from the province and senior levels of government to support the municipality in its implementation. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Councillor King. Well said. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to staff and all my colleagues. I know it's been a long day, but I always thoroughly enjoy the discussions we have around this table. I'll echo Councillor King's comments in terms of the collective impact approach. I think it's critical to ensure success. I also like the approach that we're taking where we're starting to talk more about prevention of poverty. And we're having these discussions more and more with respect to community and safety well-being, prevention of violence, prevention of homelessness. Prevention is the way we should be moving forward as opposed to snapping Band-Aid solutions onto everything. We heard a lot today about people asking, myself included, about the responsibilities of upper levels of government and the lack of funding that's led us to this state. Canada has a poverty reduction plan. Ontario is mandated to have a poverty reduction plan, and now the municipality has a poverty reduction plan. Can you, this is a question for staff, can you outline how we are working with upper levels of government and coordinating intergovernmentally to make sure that we're all rowing in the same direction? Like, is it simply looking at what they're doing, or is there active engagement across all three levels of government to make sure that programs are complementary and working in sync together?
Chair, that's a wonderful question. I wish I could say that there's an intersectional approach being applied by other levels of government. Our experience is that we work actively on what you're speaking of, but in silos. So we work through the various ministries that relate to the areas of programming in question. The important thing to consider here, though, in this context, is that a collective impact approach was undertaken with this poverty reduction strategy. So it really does set the stage for working more collaboratively and in a more integrated way with other levels of government, which is something that we have been asking from a provincial level, particularly, to take more of an integrated services approach to their policy setting and funding strategies. And we'll continue to do that.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll ask another simple question. You know, this poverty reduction strategy is moving us in the right direction. It's got some great actions underneath it. Unfortunately, doesn't come with a lot of funding, as people have said. As we move towards more of a poverty reduction approach, how do you see that impacting other programs within community social services? Like, for example, right now, how we structure grants, granting programs. Do you see any changes long-term to how we do, or short or back up, not long-term? Do you see any changes in the sort of short to long-term that could take place as a result of sort of a new focus on poverty reduction?
Chair, the good news is that we've been undertaking this kind of work for some time now. So a couple of years ago, we reviewed the community funding framework with the community in a very collaborative way. And our priorities were then redefined and include now a poverty reduction priority under the community funding framework. So the community funding framework is $27.9 million of municipal funding that is invested in nonprofit social infrastructure in this community. 5.9 million of it is directly related and invested in poverty reduction initiatives through nonprofit partners, and 4.7 million is allocated to food security services. So agencies that have a direct mandate as a food provider, or those who happen to have perhaps a food bank on the side of the more prominent mandate. That investment is critical, and one of the benefits of creating a collaborative and integrated poverty reduction strategy is that it also enables us not only to look forward at adding more initiatives to really, in a more practical way, meet the needs of people who are living today with poverty, but it also helps us to to restate and to reconsider the programs and investments we are making under a poverty reduction lens. So we will be sharing more about the kinds of impacts we are having with our existing programs under this strategy.
Thank you very much. And I look forward to also receiving the response to my inquiry from last month on how we can better support the food security stream. But thanks again to everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Plante.
I just wanted to quickly touch upon the subject of food banks because one of the previous delegations had talked about, they used to have a community space and now it was being used as a food bank. And I was wondering, and I'm specifically going to ask you, Matt, I know we have the very similar situation in Lower Town, but can you maybe describe a bit what's happening with our food bank and talk about what a larger, more accessible space could mean for you and the rest of the community?
Thank you for the question. Happy to answer that. And I'll be removing my member of the group consultatif and answering the question as the executive director of the Lower Town Community Resource Center. So we too, at our center, run a food bank out of a community house, which is graciously provided by Ottawa Community Housing. It's a long-standing agreement with OCH, and it's been a fantastic location for us to run various kinds of community programming, an after-school homework club, collective kitchen, free access to computers, free access to washer and dryer. Community groups can come in and have mental health workshops or workshops around any kind of hobby they want. All of that has been completely put on pause, to 95% put on pause, because the community house has become a food bank. It's not meant to be a food bank. It's a converted duplex. We're having all kinds of problems. And in this case, it's not simply a case of funding being the issue. It's what was referenced earlier, which is access to space. And I'm a little hesitant to dive too much into the details, but when there are other barriers to accessing space, and the city has been very open to wanting to explore those options as per directives from council and from this committee. And it's just very, very frustrating to see that there are a whole host of barriers that come into play, and sometimes by other players in our own nonprofit sector can contribute to that happening. And so there are very often all kinds of different solutions which aren't just related to funding.
Can I follow up? Yeah, okay. Sorry, and just to continue on that, because renting a space so yours can become a community hub again, how much would that cost you?
Well, we already have funds lined up for our move and for acquiring new equipment. It's just a question of arriving at an amount for renting the space, and we are fully willing to look at our options in our existing budget to do that.
And I just wanted to very quickly touch upon Councillor Kavanaugh's point about UBI. There's a really great website about the UBI community of practice, which I'm going to send you the link for, because it looks at different jurisdictions and what they've done with UBI, both municipal, provincial, and federal. And I find the stuff is very, very interesting. So that's all. Merci.
Merci, Councillor. Councillor Johnson is next.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, my questions are really about the coordination and sort of the design of this collaboration moving forward. I understood from one of the delegations, the Ottawa Food Partnership, that they already do sort of a coordinating role. And then I heard one of my councillor colleagues say that we could potentially replicate them if it's not a proprietary design. And I just wanted to understand, we're not looking to replicate anything that's already existing in the community, are we? Because I'm sure that would not be an effective use of our resources.
Chair, no, we are not looking to replicate. And in fact, the strategy has been designed in such a way to eliminate duplication and really look at actions and strategies that people have spoken about that we can take right now within our collective purview and responsibility. In terms of engaging the community food partnership and others, I'll ask Sawson to speak about some of those next steps, especially with the food forum.
Thank you, Chair. The Ottawa Community Food Partnership is represented in the Strategies Advisory Group. We appreciate their role as advisors and as partners. We are certainly acknowledging that coordination is already in place, led by the partnership. The short-term action speaks to a closer partnership where we bring all the relevant stakeholders around the table. That's why we're proposing jointly with the advisory group a food sector forum. The objective of the forum is to bring the stakeholders who are not necessarily food banks, but who have a stake into the food insecurity that we are facing in Ottawa. We're also hoping that from the food sector forum, we will be establishing a more robust coordination mechanism that works for all the stakeholders and that is sustainable.
Okay, yeah, because I mean, as I was sort of saying earlier in my comments, often funding can come sort of with programs, with particular beneficiaries, particular outcomes, particular, benchmarks for client outcomes. The backbone coordination of this kind of work is often unfunded, or it's less often funded because it's essentially administrative, or it could be arguably core kind of administration. And so I wonder, in this poverty reduction strategy that seems to rely quite a bit on coordination, is the city prepared, or are we positioning ourselves for a budgetary ask that would involve, funding that type of work for those partners who, won't necessarily have the resources to come to multiple meetings, like they won't be paid necessarily hourly to do that type of work. I mean, versus a city staff that would be, right? So I want to know that this might, is there, I'm sure there's a tension that you're trying to resolve here. Can you sort of expand on that?
Thank you, Chair. One of the conditions for a collective impact to be successful, as we learned from other cities and provinces, is to have a backbone support for the collective to be able to advance its priorities. And therefore, our office in the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan is offering that backbone support and will continue to do that. So as an example, for the short-term action that speaks to food coordination, as well as the action that speaks to integrating food security in city plans and strategies, our office is definitely going to provide that backbone support. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, that's very helpful. And you currently have the existing staffing resources to offer those types of services, is what I'm hearing.
That's correct, Chair.
And will it also be that group that does the sort of cross departmental collaboration with all those other offices that you've mentioned in your appendix? Because that chasing, obviously, cross-departmentally can be a challenge, even for those that already know the system a little bit. So the internal group will do that as well.
The working group proposed is going to bring community funding, Ottawa Public Health, and the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan Office in partnership, ensuring that we will be playing that role of coordination and maintaining continuous internal engagement so that the strategy aligns and does not duplicate any of the work that is done by other departments. The short-term action that is in partnership with the Ottawa partnership will ensure that that coordination takes place externally with our community partners.
And just sort of final question on this. So is there any perceived conflict of interest to have the backbone organization be within the city of Ottawa, which also provides funding for many of these groups? Or are you going to be able to take the recommendations of these groups and challenge the internal structures of the city of Ottawa. I mean, I just imagine that there's a little bit of, tension there as well. Usually it's not sort of, the power is not necessarily centralized in the funder for this type of work. So can you help me to understand that?
Chair, yes, in our department, we play many different roles. In addition to funder, we're a direct service provider, we're a convener, we're a policy setter, we're a service system manager, and the list goes on. So no, we don't have any conflict with this. And in fact, our goal is to bring further integration across our service areas so that we can leverage everything that we have at our disposal to contribute to meeting the objectives and the future actions to be defined as part of this strategy.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to bring some information to the committee that regards to comments about OCH and people not being able to provide their notice of assessment, i.e. for their tax return, and that 90% are able to provide the required documents. So they, before losing their subsidies, only about 10% need support to not lose their subsidy, and most of the time they are missing their notice of assessment, but they do work with them, and there are free clinics. So I just wanted to bring that to people's attention that as much as can be done, as has been pointed out, a lot of people are fearful and resist, but for the most part, they receive the help they can get. Thanks.
Thank you for providing that clarity, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm a suburban councillor. I represent Barrhaven and East. And when we're well, David's well, David's not there, so I represent Barrhaven right now. And whenever we're talking about things like poverty reduction strategy or anything that goes to help a lot of our more impoverished residents, we're looking at things like priority neighborhoods, of which there are none in communities like mine. And I'm just hoping that while I understand why those priority neighborhoods exist, I'm just hoping that this strategy will take a broader look at poverty in general and sort of base it on a person's needs, because one of the most dangerous things about suburban poverty in the suburbs is that people don't know it's there, or people outright deny that it's there. And I just hope that this doesn't overlook that as well.
Clara, were you gonna? You don't have to. I just saw you're like.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that, Councillor. And that's why collective impact is so important and impactful, is that we work with partners from across the city. And community health and resource centers is a great example, with 14 of them across the city, one serving your area as well, Councillor. It's through those efforts and those voices that come back in as part of this strategy that we won't lose sight of that very thing. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm looking around. I'm not seeing any other questions from members. I do have a series of questions myself. My first question actually is to you, Rachel, just for clarity's sake. So in the documentation that was submitted to council, the food bank was asking for $5 million over 3 years. And I know we've heard the number 6 million said a couple times. Could you just provide some clarity regarding that matter?
Although I appreciate the, inflation happens in real time, the request was 5 million, recognizing that's over 3 years, and that's primarily for staffing, infrastructure, and then food where needed.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Although I'm sure you would never turn down an additional million. My questions are now to staff. So I just wanted to understand, so in 2024, council approved 1.2 million in base funding for the Ottawa Food Bank and an additional 400,000 in emergency funding. Can you provide some clarity? Well, it was 442. I'm giving a rounded number, sorry. So I'm wondering, where did that funding from the Sustainability Fund come from? And would that be an option, a funding option for us for this increased ask that is before us?
Chair, just to clarify, the base funding for the Ottawa Food Bank is 442, it's a 2024 numbers, $442,000. And that is part of the 4.7 million that I mentioned earlier that comes out of the community funding framework that is allocated towards food security. Typically, what we would see every year in a budget exercise is an inflationary increase of the cost of living. And in addition, this year, we're contemplating a CPI, Consumer Price Index increase as well for food serving organizations to reflect the inflationary increases in the cost of food specifically.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. So as you indicated, so today we're looking at the strategy, and attached to the strategy is the $150,000 ask specific to the tax clinics and the resourcing. But can staff elaborate a little bit? Of course, we haven't seen a draft yet of the upcoming budget. That will be coming to our next committee meeting and then on to council. Are you going to be coming to this committee and council with additional information about the base funding and food security systems funding for 2025?
Yes, Chair. Any funding related to implementing this strategy will come forward as part of the 2025 draft budget.
So I thank you for that. Once again, today we've heard quite a lot from different community service providers, stakeholders about the dire need that the most vulnerable residents in our community are facing, and the quagmire that they are facing in trying to serve that need with the inability to see an increased amount of investment and resources, and they must just be exhausted. You could hear that in the delegations today. I am so impressed with the work that is before us with the strategy. This is truly a grassroots, community-led strategy and plan that we have before us. And I am thankful for everyone who participated in that. But I do see, and I heard today, that this is an evolving conversation, that we will continue to have this conversation at our next committee meeting as part of the budget. And I suspect we will continue to have this conversation for a long time after, as we work to advocate with our provincial and federal partners for a sustainable solution, a real solution to what is truly a pressing need for our residents and for our community service partners. So I thank everyone who took the time to delegate today. I know it's been a long day. I want to thank Rachel and Matt for being here as well. And I want to thank staff for their leadership on this file. So for committee members, we have the motion from Vice Chair Bradley to vote on first. Eric, if we could have that on the screen. Okay. Does anyone have any questions for this, or is this carried? Carried? Carried. Okay. And that the report recommendations as outlined, is that item carried? Carried. Carried. Wonderful. Thank you so much. We're now moving on to item 6.2. And I understand we have Cale Brown, Director of Housing, to answer any questions from this item. We don't have a presentation and we have no delegations. Did any committee members have any questions regarding the Canada-Ontario Community Housing Benefits 2024-2025 item? Oh,
sorry. I'm sorry. I know it's been a very, very long day. I just want to clarify a few things because my office has, in quite a few cases, helped people access this benefit, which has been very, very helpful. I see the total allocation for next year's 2.2 million. I'm wondering, Cale, if you could confirm how much we've received per year in previous years. Like, how does this compare to what we've received in the past?
Thank you, Chair. I think it's important to note that in this case, we are receiving this allocation much later than